Okay, it's 8:30. I'll call the meeting of the Carroll County Commissioners to order for 11/22/16. Do the pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You have a motion to approve the minutes of last Tuesday.
I'll make the motion that we approve the minutes for last week.
Second?
Any further comments or corrections? Hearing none, all those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So voted. Public input? Public input?
Is that where I am?
That's what we are now.
Okay. I would suggest that you add another $30,000 to the DPW salary line
For what reason?
for a full-time person for the water and wastewater lagoons, your fire pond, all of everything that requires licensing.
Okay. Mr. Babson?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Commissioner-elect Beaver why she thinks we need 3 people there. The law says we need 1 for water and 2 for septic. Why do we need 3?
I believe that the person that's in charge of the water and the sewer, septic, pumping the tanks, I think that's a very important job. And I think that should be one person that's there dedicated. I'm not even sure it's a 40-hour-a-week job. It probably is a 35-hour-a-week job.
I can assure you that it isn't even close to 35 hours. We have a contract for pumping the septic system. He comes twice a month. That's scheduled. The water is handled. It has to go in person to North Conway. And we pump the grease, I think twice or 4 times a year. That's on a contract too. I can assure you that it is not a full-time job to do the checking, only if there's a breakdown.
And when there's a breakdown, you need more than
You need
one,
more
you need
than
at least 2,
Yeah.
if not more. Under public input, even though I'm not public, I'd like to suggest that we consider looking at a part-time person in the administration office. And I say that because one of the accountant down there is working till 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. She's on salary. Yes, either she isn't working all day or she's overloaded with work. So I'd like that for consideration when we get to the budget. I've been here after hours and she is still here doing her work. She's saved us a lot of money over the years. She's been here longer than I have. And I just feel that before she gets burned out, I think she could use some extra help.
I agree with that,
You agree?
yes.
Chris, what do you think?
Well, I certainly agree with you that she's a hard worker. She does her job. There's no question about that. And I think that it is of note. Oh, thank you.
Well, it was bothering me.
It certainly is of note that we could use the help, to keep things in line. And we've had problems in the past. So, you know, it's certainly a consideration we can take up.
Okay.
What did you say, Chris?
I said that it's certainly a consideration we can take up during the course of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, no further public input. Move on to work session. Nursing home monthly presentation with Howie. Is this scathing letter gonna show up? Non-public.
I'm gonna give you some paperwork.
The forest industry must love you.
Well, you know, I'm hoping that
If,
someday, as part of our capital improvement, we'll build in a projector to this room. And rather than do it in paper, we'll just
Yeah, good
project it.
idea.
Funny you say that, right?
Fine, yeah.
We're actually looking at that.
Yeah, no, it's the way of the future. In fact, with the new $30 gadget that I got courtesy of the administrator in Grafton County, it doesn't even have to be wired. You can plug something into the projector in a laptop anywhere in the room. So it doesn't have to be a mess of wires or a tangle of wires.
So why can't we use that wall over there and just, if you're saying it, and we have the equipment projected on the wall?
We can, the best way would be to have a fixed projector. And I think
Okay,
John's
well, let's
talking
forget
about
the
that.
best way, because we'll never go that way in Carroll County. Why can't you take a computer and push it and project it on the wall? You just said if you have a computer.
We can, it's just a matter of time and energy.
Okay. Thank you.
Sheet 1, this is a collection of about 24 slides that gives you kind of a snapshot of what's going on in Mountain View community. And you've got a pretty good snapshot now that the data is through 10 months of the calendar, and which is also our fiscal year. Looking at slide 1, you'll see that the red represents 2016, and in every month, we meet or exceed census figures from the previous years. So we're seeing a 3-year favorable trend for total bed days, and that's significant. Interestingly, part of the responsibility for that actually goes to Bob and his crew. Part of the challenge is when you're turning a room over, how quickly you can do that. And Bob and his crew have been wonderful at dropping everything, realizing it's a priority, getting the room, touched, painted, moved, and ready to go. And that's made a big difference.
And how many days is the ordinary changeover? 3, 2.5, 1?
Once, we have it down to something, we don't track it specifically, but it's under 2 days. It used to be 3 days, and some days it's 1 day, some days it's the same day. When we're full and we have people that wanna come in, Bob and his crew will literally drop everything to make sure that it happens.
I hope, because he's doing a good job, that you make a note and thank him for, even though it's part of his job, thank him for being extra efficient in getting those beds ready.
No, definitely, we'll be done. Slides.
Well, there must be a lot of other things going on too. We must have somebody in the reservation office that can pull out somebody in a day to have them come in here. I mean,
We
if
have
somebody passes in the morning and we fill that bed in the evening,
Concierge.
it isn't just the maintenance department that's done the job.
Not at all, in fact, it's a whole admission team. We meet,
Okay, now we're
we
good.
meet literally every morning, but quite literally, we could have everything ready, but a stopping point could actually be environmental. And it is in many places, but not here.
But if the room isn't ready, nothing else is gonna happen.
Nothing else.
That's right, that's the tripping
And
point.
you don't know who's going to pass away or leave the nursing home. What bed's gonna be filled, where?
Exactly.
And the social workers must have an idea as to who is almost ready to come in ahead of time, where Bob doesn't know which room he's gonna be working on,
And it gets
or
to-
when.
And it gets to be complicated because some new admissions are appropriate for upstairs and some for downstairs. So Bob has to be ready for any and everything all the time.
Right.
And that's a tough challenge.
Okay, moving on.
Page 2, looking at cumulative skill days, that's the red line is always 2016. And you can see that we are now ahead of the past 2 years in terms of our cumulative skill days.
By how much, Howie, about 100 days?
By the looks of it, over this period, it'd be a little bit more, by about 150 days for the year.
Okay.
Which is still, and interestingly, the black line is not last year, but it's 2 years ago, it's 2014.
Yeah.
Last year, the blue dotted line, not our best year, so we're way above. We've been consistently above last year, and we are now above what was one of Mountain View's best years, 2014. Slide 3, this is, kind of shows the,
Excuse me, Howard. David, I'd like to make a note that when we go into non-public, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the skill days.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a figure, Howie, on how many, no, it doesn't look like you have any numbers here. On the total cumulative days, what's the number, the average number of filled beds for 2016?
let's see which slide that's gonna be.
Chris?
If we get down to.
On the very, do you have,
If we get down to slide 5, it's for some reason, looks like it says 55. It'll show you what the average skilled census is and how that varies. You know, it's, as in October, it was 5.5.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question, or maybe I didn't say it right. On the very first page, we have the cumulative total days, basically how many days are there total and how many days were there. So we had 99.8 beds filled a day, 100.6 beds filled per day.
I think we're averaging 101. I don't have those figures for you, but we track that. Let's see if,
You always had a slide, Howie, whether it was 100 or 101 or 102.
in fact, it's actually the spreadsheet that many of these slides are based off of.
Well, the average census on page 6. Right? Is that what you asked me?
Exactly. And,
No, that's,
Average census per day?
yeah, that's broken down by the month, yep.
yeah, so we're showing that for October, it was about 100.5.
Yeah.
September was up over 102.
So I was looking for the cumulative for the
Oh, year?
And that is,
year.
I do have that average, but I don't have it with me.
Okay.
So-
But we
so
can
you're
kind of,
looking-
so, go ahead.
You're looking, Chris, whether it was 101, 100.2 for the whole year?
For the
or
whole year
103?
cumulative, right.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
but,
if you look at the red graph,
Right, but if
it's
you
gotta be
do-
101 plus.
right, because we have 102.5, and, I mean, I can, just by the plotting of it, I can kind of get a flavor of the fact that it looks like it's about 101.
Why is July always the low portion of the year? Any reason?
None that wouldn't be strictly anecdotal and speculative.
Mhm.
I mean, there is no clinical reason why there should either be more deaths or fewer admissions.
Look at 214 in May. It was only 96 beds filled.
Now that, my recollection is, that happened after, two things affect census. The number of sudden beds that we get. There are times when we can have 3 or 4 or 5 people die within a week,
Yeah.
and they don't fill instantly. And you can also, now that we have, the good news is oftentimes we have a high skilled census, they discharge to home. So 3 or 4 people can go home in a week, 3 or 4 people can die in an unfortunate week. But fortunately, that was 2014, we're much more stable since then. But looking at slide 6, you know, the red line is trending very favorably to the 2 previous years.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
I would like to see what those numbers, for the skilled and the Medicaid and the private, what those numbers are.
The average year-to-date,
Yeah, in comparison to the budget. Because remember, we set the budget for this year, I think it was 6 skilled days, 27 approximately private days. And then the balance was Medicaid days. I was curious to see how that was matching up to the budget in relation to this year's budget.
Holly, why don't we exceed 215 and 214 in Medicaid days, cumulative Medicaid days? We haven't done it for months.
well,
Last January, it was just, looked like it might have been the only time.
well, and it comes down to this, we have 103 beds. As our skilled census goes up, it has to come out of somewhere. Now, I can tell you, right now, we do not in any way actively recruit private pay census. And so so we're not taking Medicaid at the expense of, or private pay at the expense of Medicaid. It's really a swap between Medicaid and skilled to keep the balance that we've achieved, that we've agreed on. We're still actually well below, while we have the budget figure for what we budgeted for skilled, we have our theoretical goal of 10%. We come up well short of our goal, but we are just about, and I'll get the actual figure for where we should be on the budget.
And if you look at our total average census days, which is further on, we've gone over the past 2 years in our census, so.
Okay, let's go back here, how we give you a presentation and we'll ask questions as we go along by page. We're jumping all over the place. We're on page 3 right now.
Page 3, and let's see this, cumulative Medicaid days, you know, correspondingly, that shows a decline over the 3 years. That's not undesirable, it's just by way of explanation. Slide 4, cumulative private days. It is, right from the beginning of the year, we're doing better than we have the previous 2 years. But like I said, it's with virtually no effort. We do not go out and give preference or solicit private pay, but they come finding us. Largely, of course, because we have private rooms and nobody else does. So, but there is no emphasis on our part to do that. But it puts us just about where we want to be, where we've earmarked budget-wise, about 25% of our population would be private pay. Slide 5, the skilled census. You know, you can see how that 2014 was all over the place. It went from, you know, it was low, high, that's the black line. We're a little bit more steady now. We're averaging somewhere in that 5 to 6 range. I think it's gonna show to be about right on budget at 6. But through October was 5.5. 6 is the total average census per day in the variation between months.
Holly, why does it appear that 2014, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, there seems to be a larger discrepancy in every graph for 2014 than the others.
It was 2014 was, even though it was a great year for revenue, it was not a steady and predictable one. It was all over the place. So,
Well, 2014 wasn't a great year for revenue, wasn't that the one we came up $800,000 short?
Yep.
no, you're correct, it's 2013 was the very favorable one. 2014 was the volatile one.
Yes.
One thing though, if you look at the total average census in May from 2014, it was low at 96. So you had a lot of empty beds, and the quickest way maybe you could fill them was skilled people. So you could fill the beds up with the skilled people, you know, because they came more frequently, perhaps, I don't know, just easier and quicker opportunity, but you were low, and then the skilled people were more available, so then you had a whole bunch of skilled in June. I don't know, just a,
2014 was a good skills year,
yeah,
that
kind of
was-
speculative.
much better than last year. But overall, because overall census was low, it wasn't as favorable as 2013 or this year.
Page 7.
Page 7, the Medicaid census, the red line is 2016, and you can see that predictably that's, that's trending below, but that's because we've increased our skilled census. Page 8, the private pay census is trending very favorably to 2015, which was a good year, and significantly above 2014. Slide 9 is total admissions per month. Showing last year was a had greater volatility. We're a little bit more even this year, but trending very favorably in terms of total number of admissions is higher this year. Slide 10, skilled admissions per month, shows volatility, although the significance of the lines, we're talking about a difference, typically between 2 and 6. So it's not huge numbers, but great variation. But what it does show, what we're seeing is that not only are we getting more skilled admissions, we're finding that the length of stay of those admissions is shorter. The net effect is you need more and more admissions to keep the same average census. So we're seeing significantly more admissions to maintain the same census.
Is there a lot of added cost of skilled admissions? Does that cause a lot of administrative?
A lot of extra work, but not any variable cost associated with it. So it ends up being work, of course, primarily for the admission coordinator, but also for especially for the nursing staff, maintenance, everybody else, activities. It's a lot of work getting somebody in. So it'd be better to have somebody here for 50 days instead of our 21 days, but we don't get to control that. But there's no variable cost, there's no out-of-pocket cost generally associated with it.
So, all right, so there's not any outcry for more staffing in that department? at this
No,
point?
although at some point, if we were looking long-term, and this echoes going back to some of the original plans for the building, if we could get a stabilized skilled census of about 10, we'd actually like to take one neighborhood, and it's actually already been earmarked and was designed for that, in Shakora, and to be able to have it be primarily skilled. The reason being twofold. One, it would allow us to more easily take more clinically complex people. It's hard to train the entire staff in 8 different neighborhoods to be able to do everything, IVs and everything else. If we had one neighborhood, we could have a staff that was essentially specializing in that, so that it would actually help us to have more skilled admissions. Plus, an awful lot of our skilled admissions are younger people who might not want to be around nursing home residents. And so the typical nursing home residents. So having a center like that, what we'd be doing would be creating something that would parallel what's available in Meredith and Laconia in terms of rehab centers, so that we'd be more competitive in that market. But primarily it would be so that we could provide more care for more clinically complex people by providing, possibly increasing the staffing ratio because of the clinical complexity, but it would be more than paid for by the increase in census.
Has there been any movement toward having more skilled people within Shakora? Or is it still pretty much scattered throughout the?
It's pretty much scattered at this point. Every time we have an empty room in Shakora, we try to hold it longer with the idea of gradually converting into skilled. but as you can see, we still come up far short. Shakora, the neighborhood in Shakora has 13 rooms, and typically our census is averaging about 6, about half that. So we try to get them there, but it isn't always possible.
Okay.
But we're working towards it, that is part of our long-term goal.
Okay, we're on page 11.
Page 11 is admissions per week, and, you know, you can see, even though it seems like sometimes we get busy, we're looking at a number of, you know, I think our present average is 1.4 admissions per week. But it can sometimes be 2, and it can sometimes be less. Skilled admissions on slide 12, skilled admissions as a percent of total admission seems very high because there's such a repetition. Because they're, you know, our long-term care admission is gonna be here 18 months, even though we have fewer skilled residents, they're here 21 days.
So Howie, in January, June, and September, we didn't take in anybody but skilled admissions?
That is correct.
Wow.
And if you go back the other chart, that appears to be 7 people. Is that correct?
That's true. In October was 7, in April was 7, in June it was 6.
Okay,
Slides 13 is shifts of agency, spiked during the summer. But you'll see there's an interesting correlation that you haven't seen before when we look towards 13 and 14. Ordinarily, slide 13 and 14 would look pretty much the same. But thanks to the Lori and a new way of how we've done temporary staffing, so instead of paying for individual shifts, actually we brought on local tenants or people for 8 and 12-week periods. We've had a high number of shifts, but a correspondingly reduced cost. So we'd rather have none. We'd rather have no agency and no cost, but that not being possible when you have openings. But we've done actually very well, and we're trending very nicely.
I'm sorry, how you probably said this, but I was focused on something else. Does this include the contracted?
This does.
that's what
So
it
the
is.
I treat
Agency.
contracted and agency.
Okay, you combine those. I
It
thought
doesn't
you said it,
include
I
per
was
diem,
focused on something else.
but anything that we're paying non-staff coverage for.
Okay, thank you.
But it's at about half the cost of a shift. And so that's so you'll see on slide 13, that big spike to 30, but you don't see that, you don't see a corresponding, last year, the blue, with the blue line, our costs are less. And we never give up the hope that we will be, for all kinds of reasons, financial and quality reasons, to be able to eliminate agency staffing at some point, but that's not immediate. Slide 15, resident deaths, we're actually trending under last year. And there's no way to, there's nothing predictable about that. Discharges include both deaths and discharges to home, and that's become, discharges to home have been an increasing component. And they're actually outlined on slide 17. You can see says that same room can be used by 2 different skilled residents in one month. Slide 18 is discharges to home as a percentage. Some of these have more value for internal purposes than they do here. Slide 19 is unscheduled staff absences per month. This is one of the more troublesome ones, in that it creates all kinds of issues. And you can see this is a very unfavorable trend. The fact that we're higher, except for September, means that this is the number of people who call out sick, and it creates both financial and staffing levels. In fact, as our survey showed, staff are very, very happy with our scheduled staffing levels. It's the fact that we have a hard time achieving our schedule. We have the people. This isn't a matter of not having enough people. It's a matter of having the people who are scheduled show up is an issue.
You had 150 in April?
It's
Is that what
amazing.
that says?
That's what it says.
Wow. It's 5 a day.
That translates out, well, say in October, to 3.75, almost 4 people a day calling out. We spend an inordinate amount of time just trying to find coverage for people. I mean, that's 27 people a week.
Is there something about April that is special, that people want the day off?
Well, you don't have to attribute it to illness, and we did very well with flu, which is typically a late fall, early spring. So I have no explanation for why April, other than there is typically a school vacation in April, why there'd be a particular spike. I have to assume that's because of illness.
Oh, excuse me. What are we trying to do to address the problem, Al? I mean, we're meeting with employees and explaining to them that they're costing us money when they're losing or if they get sick days, they get paid, but we're losing money when they're not here.
Well, we've created our own problem. We looked at the problem, and the problem is us.
Okay, so how do we change it?
Well, right now, our policy incentivizes people. It makes it easier for people to call in sick because they have 12 sick days. We don't have a short-term reward program that rewards people for good attendance. We have a long-term program. If you're here 3.5 years and don't use a sick day, you can accumulate enough sick time that it can be bought back if you're in the union. That's 3.5 years, so that's a small number of people who benefit significantly, but it's a small number of people. It would be better if we put our incentives in the right way, so that we, provide people, and Chuck has come up with a wonderful one in terms of a proposal to think, well, let's have a sick bank that people could contribute to, because, if somebody gets into a car accident, if they do break a leg skiing, essentially it's a short-term disability plan. We want to protect our staff so they're not without compensation at a time when they're away for non-job related illness or accident. But we have some, that's something that would have to be negotiated as part of collective bargaining. But I think that's the place to start, because otherwise, we have a primarily female workforce. A workforce is also responsible disproportionately from male counterparts and male spouses for the responsibility of caring for their kids. So it's not only the health of the staff member, it's the family health that we're dealing with. And, when confronted with the cost of childcare and we have that sick time, people use it.
Okay.
Could we somehow lower these absences if we were having a daycare center or some kind of a child care center at the nursing home where the parent would be with the child and could go in and check on them?
It would help, because I see the slips, and our people are wonderfully honest, and oftentimes, many times, it isn't because the child is sick, it's because the child care provider is sick or unable. So on-site daycare, child care, especially if it had provision for a sick child daycare, would be truly wonderful, and it would help. I can't even hazard a guess as whether that's a 10% factor or a 40% factor. It wouldn't be the solution, but it'd be a wonderful help. It'd also be a wonderful help in terms of being able to attract and recruit staff and retain staff. Now, and the way to do it, my bias, if you were to ever do it, it isn't ever a business that you want to get into. It's the kind of business where you rent somebody the space for $1 and you require them to give a discount to county employees. They could still take in people from the outside, a discount to county employees in exchange for having a reduced rent. That could help a startup operation get going, but you would not want to have the county would not want to have the responsibility for staffing, the insurance, the liability, the licensing, and everything else that would go with that. Whether this location suits itself to a daycare, it certainly would for the nursing home, it certainly would for the House of Corrections, but we're not exactly on the way to too many places out here. Would people how many people would it draw from the outside community would be the unknown. But I think it'd be a great idea.
On the next page, it's absences per day versus per month. When you say absences per day, that includes all the shifts?
That's all shifts. Sasha keeps a daily list.
So in October, we had roughly 3 3/4 unscheduled absent shifts.
Per day, which is, and trying to find, and that's in all departments too, and that just means a lot, especially for Elaine. It's a lot of hustling around, trying to, if somebody calls out, let's say it's 9 o'clock now, calls in 9 o'clock right now, because they can't come in at 3, well, we gotta spend between now and 3 trying to find somebody who already has plans that can find the time to come in. Most of the time, we're able to, but of course, not all the time, and that's when it leaves, it doesn't leave an unsafe gap, it just leaves, it's not a comfortable gap. It means that everybody's doing more work than they would like to in a rushed way, in a more rushed way than they would want to.
Howie, it looks like we have roughly 4 person absent per day.
Correct.
What is so crazy about hiring 4 people and have them on a flex schedule where we could call them in and tell them to come in and today, or you got tomorrow off and come in on Thursday or whatever?
Well, there are 2 potential issues with that. One is money, of course, it's hiring 4 more staff per day.
Well, we're losing money the way it's going on these people.
Well, we are to a point, but the second part is the part that I'm not so sure about. In settings where similar things have been done, it does not decrease the absent rate, it tends to increase the absence rate. So that when staff know that their position is gonna be covered, it's
They'll stay
easier
home.
for them to call out. So you solve the problem for the first week, and then it gets to be, it's not a permanent solution. People, there are gonna be some people in any organization anywhere who are gonna use all their allocated sick time.
One of the comments on the survey was that it was difficult finding somebody to cover for them, period.
When they have to do it themselves.
Well, no, in fact, the vast majority, no, there are 2 issues in terms of satisfaction with staffing, and that was divided between people being happy with the theoretical staffing, but frustrated that we didn't always achieve the theoretical. But in terms of being able to get requested time off,
That's,
there's a high level of satisfaction.
Okay.
Most everybody does get if there was concern, and written between the lines, is they don't always get it immediately. Now, we actually would like to be able to change that. If we had our druthers, we'd give people, they would get all their vacation time for 2017, and it would be decided by today. It'd be decided in November, so people would know a year ahead. That's what we'd like to do. Right now, the collective bargaining agreement, for reasons that we don't know, at least nobody seems to remember, breaks it down into 4 times a year, so that you can't go that year out. We would rather commit a year ahead so that we have plenty of time to plan, organize, and staff.
Ideally.
But actually, but even in spite of that, Megan and Elaine and Lori, you know, do whatever they can to fill requests, and there's a high level of compliance. So very, very few people do not get the time off they request. They don't always get a word confirmation of that as soon as they might like, that's true, but they do get the time, they do get the time off.
Okay, and 21?
And that's per week, and that's, you know, it's, you know, when you look at numbers in a different way, it's still 27 absences per week, most of which are essential absences, which need to be filled. It's a lot of work. It turns into an absence rate of almost 5%.
Oh, 27, that would be 27 shifts?
27 shifts.
Okay.
Some shifts, most shifts are 8-hour shifts, but there are some shorter shifts. It's when somebody's scheduled for a block and cannot show up. The absence rate is something that you can see if you compare from organizations to organizations. Oftentimes they use this as the metric. And, you know, 5%, you know, means if you have 100 people scheduled, you're gonna have 5 that are calling out. It's, near as I can tell, the proper rate would be about half that. Well, proper rate, generally, the more common, the more typical rate would be around 2 to 2.5%.
We haven't hit that in at least 2 years. You don't have 14 here.
Well, no, but when you know, as long as if we provide 12 days of sick time, people are gonna use 12 days of sick time. On a good note, we have very few medication errors. On slide 23,
Give me an example.
of medication error,
Yeah.
virtually all, and I see every single slip. Nothing is more regulated than a nursing home. So I see every medication error, and I haven't seen one that I can even remember referred to that had an untoward outcome to a resident. So we're not talking about something where somebody got hurt. We're talking about something where typically it is something that's missed. A pill that should have been given that wasn't, but there was no harm as a result. It's virtually never somebody getting the wrong medication, and it's never been one where anybody's got one where it's caused them harm. It's typically an omission, it's typically a transcription error, where the doctor says one thing, the pharmacy says one thing, and the medical administration record says another thing, and it hasn't been transcribed from one to the other properly, even when it's not always our fault. It's still an error.
Did this get picked up by the state inspection?
Well, the state
Survey?
does look at our medical administration records, and if there were any incident where there was harm to a resident, it'd be reported separately as an incident there. But I'm glad to say that our medication, what we report as a medication error is most typically us catching a problem before it's caused any harm. So it's a good check and balance, and it is, when you think of the tens of thousands of administrations that are done in a month, to think that there's something on the average of 6 that typically might not have gone right, and it might have resulted in a delay of medication or something, it's actually exceedingly good. Slide 24, first reports of staff injury, significantly less this year than last year.
What is the first report?
No matter what happens, if any staff member cuts their pinky, gets hurt in any way, they have to file a first report of injury, even if they don't go to the doctor, even if nothing happens. And the reason why it's an important measure is, let's say somebody in the kitchen cuts their finger a little bit. It is only luck that that's a small cut instead of a big cut. Instead of just a small cut that needed a Band-Aid, they could have cut their finger up. So we treat everything as though it's potentially big.
So Band-Aid cut is,
It's included as a first report.
okay.
And should be, because that little cut, if it gets infected 3 days later, so and it's actually handled through HR, we fax over or email over to HR all the first reports, and then it's filed with the state and filed with the insurance company, just to protect the county, just in the event that something that seemingly trivial goes bad. What I'm looking at and what I'm most concerned about in terms of county liability ends up being back injuries and lifting injuries. And those have been down considerably, resident transfers. When we do get them, it's not typically because of a classic lifting and transferring. It's typically when a staff member is with a resident and the resident suddenly goes weak and falls. And there's really no way to have done that. They're using the gait belt, they're doing everything properly, but all of a sudden you have a resident drop on you, it can pull a strain of back. But the total number have gone down and the severity has.
Out of the over 150 people working at the nursing home, for several months, you've only had 3 or less reports of injury,
Correct.
which is pretty good.
And I don't believe any in the last few months have resulted in any loss of work time. We have a couple of long-term workers' comp issues that are, I know one has been resolved, and so I think we're working out of that tail, because our goal is to have an experience modification that's less than 1, not greater than 1.
And we have some good news. Beginning January 1st, we have an increase in our Medicaid rate. It went up $7.70. So that's per resident per day, about a $281,000 increase over the year.
Wow.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
higher than any other county home.
Yep.
In fact, I think, when I looked at it quickly, I think only Golden View, I think we're higher than any other nursing home except for Golden View and Webster at Rye.
And the only county nursing home is the Coas County up in Berlin, because they got two county homes up in Coas.
They lost money.
They lost almost $3 a day per resident. But if you're like Langdon Place of Dover or Langdon Place of Keene, I mean, you're losing $53 a day, $38.25 a day. I mean, that's huge, huge loss.
That is.
But I don't know how much Medicaid they actually do, so it may not be that big of a loss. But, I think last year, what was it, Howie? Like, I think maybe it was like
I think we went, did we go,
we went down like $2 or something.
or less, and we went down, I mean, it didn't kill us, but it wasn't helping us,
Right,
and inflation,
yeah.
even with modest inflation.
Yeah. So,
Well, Wolfboro
Good news.
daycare went down $5.68.
and again, this is based off our cost report, so.
Now, the real number to pay attention to, well, it's important to recognize the difference, is what the preliminary rate's going to be. So that's gonna bring us up to 165, which is, it's still pretty favorable. I mean, there are some places, not in the county system, but there's outside the county system, they're in the 170s, but I think as the county system goes, I think with the exception of Rockingham, I think we are second only to Rockingham.
Okay, and is there any other questions for Howie?
No, it looks like things are in pretty good shape at the nursing home
Yeah.
over past years. Anything else, Howie?
I don't think there is.
He does have to come back though,
Okay.
for some non-public.
Yep.
So, thank you, Howie.
Thank you, Howie.
Thank you, Kevin, thank you, Commissioner, thank you, Cheryl.
Actually, we have two non-publics with you when we come back.
I'll be ready.
There was, Commissioner-elect Bevard suggested that we hire or put in another full-time position for the licensing, and I wanted Will to come up and maybe see if that's feasible doing, or?
Morning.
Morning,
Hi,
Will.
Will.
So the question was, to add another, because I put one in the budget, and there's another full-time position for the licensings, water, sewer, and,
Water and sewer.
no, there's something else. Water, sewer, and septic. Oh, that's sewer,
Yeah.
Propane,
propane.
the fire, the road up to the top of the fire pond.
Road up to the fire, what fire pond?
Your water resource up there, what do you call it?
Oh, the treatment building up there in where the reservoirs are?
Yes.
Oh, the water.
Okay.
And Commissioner Batson said that it's not a full-time position, so I wanted to hear from you, because you would know.
Right.
Would that be a feasible thing for us to do?
Honestly, I think with the current operation that we're doing right now, if we add in another full-time position like Ken talked about, I don't know that we need an additional full-time position. When we're looking at just the water, in my opinion, when we're looking at just the water and the sewer, if a person was just doing the water and sewer, I think that would justify a 20-hour, like a part-time position, if we had someone just doing that. Because it's not in every, there are a lot of things that could be done better than what we do if we had more time to do them. But I don't think that it's enough, even doing that, I don't think it's enough for a full-time position just on those two entities. Now, that being said, adding on one more full-time person that can do 20 hours contributed to those entities, and also give us another 20 hours that are going to help us out with several other things on the complex, which is kind of what we had before, is more natural, or I don't know, not natural, but it would make more sense, I guess, in my opinion. But to hire a full-time person to do, let's say, lawns and maintenance onto our crew, and then hire another full-time person, I think we're just getting too top-heavy with the amount of work. I think one person could do portions of both of those to accomplish it.
With the one full-time person that is in the budget now, could that be priority being lawns and snow plowing or sidewalks? Could it be earmarked just for that purpose, not that that person would work on the farm, just for that, earmarked for maintenance?
It could be. Preferably and honestly, from a management aspect of the department, I like to have as many of my people intertrained to do as many of the different
I know.
tasks that we have,
I know.
than just having them have just this. Because then when I have someone out on vacation or something, I like people to be able to be cross-trained to a degree. I mean, I don't expect
I can
everybody
see
to
that
know,
point, yeah.
you know, every little thing. Primarily, I would have that person be picking up the slack in some of the lawn mowing categories, probably some of the plowing in the wintertime, because that's where we always need an extra body. There's also a list of things that our department, it's part of our department, but it's not things that we always plan for. And what I mean by that, I'll give you some examples, are we have a lot of other departments that come to us on the complex. You know, hey Will, can you help us move these boxes? Can you do, you know, move these signs or this and that? And they're jobs that our department should do, but they're not something that we necessarily plan for. It's helping other departments.
Yep.
And those they're little jobs, sometimes they're half-an-hour jobs, it's not a big deal. But those take away, I mean, we do have the manpower with the inmates generally, or the backhoe, where we have the power compared to, for lifting compared to a lot of other departments, so we're called upon to help with those little jobs, which we do. But having that other employee to help fill in those little kinds of things along with the lawn mowing and the plowing, and that frees up the current employees to spend more time doing the water and sewer and getting the things that should be, you know, those little extras that should be done in there. So it all kind of flows together, in my opinion, with that.
With the lack of inmates, which I guess we are looking ahead in having less inmates.
Yep.
That is why we want that other third person, full-time person? Is that the reasoning behind it?
I think it's, and Ken can, I think it's a big part
Plays
of
a part of it, yeah.
a huge part of it, to have that. But you're also down, I'm down, inmates can't operate trucks, they can't operate riding lawnmowers or tractors or anything like that.
Right.
And we're down one employee that can operate those things this year. And by hiring another person on, at least gives me another body to use on those things that inmates, whether they're here or not, can't do anyways. So I think it's a big part of it, because if there's gonna be less, we're gonna have less mowing, so we're gonna need someone to do some more mowing, because we're gonna have less inmates mowing. So there's a lot of different things that it'll play into, so I think it's a big part of it, but not the sole reason.
So can you,
Anybody got questions?
yes, can you remind me what we put in the budget for this year? Staffing level changes, did we make any,
It's,
it was like a part-time lawn mowing.
no, I have to do a full-time. Because we had talked about doing part-time, and just wasn't, and then in speaking with Wilson Moore, I thought it should be a full-time position. So, it went from 95,000 to 126,288, if you agree with it.
Okay. So you find
Him and
that,
Mark is 95, then with the third person, it'd be 126,288.
okay,
So you've added 30,000 in there for a full-time position,
Yes.
plus benefits.
Entry level,
What's that?
entry level, that's $15 an hour.
Yeah.
so our discussion is to have another person added? Top of that?
That's not my discussion, that's what the
That
public
was-
input was.
Public input would add another
I
person.
see.
I think
Yeah.
with this third person, I think we'd be fine. But,
True, and I think in essence, we've already, if we're talking about adding one person, that essentially would help with the water situation. I can't imagine
yes.
that we need another person on top of this other person. That's for sure. But I guess my input to that would be the possibility of, since you mentioned that really it kind of comes down to the be able to operate a vehicle, that it almost seems wise that we would offer and, to pay the overtime to someone out of Bob's maintenance department, or someone, already employed within the complex.
I
Pay
think
them overtime to come help to do plowing.
I would think he would have a problem with that, because I think he doesn't have enough people either to have.
And I spoke to Bob, and he doesn't feel as people want to, they're union employees, now you're having them do some non-union tasks. That's one option. And another thing is, they don't feel like they are responsible for the outside. And I don't think they would want to plow, is what he told me. Because I thought about this last year,
Right.
but he cautioned me about that, so
Yeah. But as opposed to hiring a person who's full-time and having to pay the benefits, I'm just thinking about, that somebody who's already employed within the complex, whatever department, that might be willing to be an on-call person that could come in and plow, and it would be overtime. It wouldn't be,
Right.
they get paid a premium for coming in, but it would still be less in the long run, especially if we had a down year in snow. Not that I think this one's gonna be that year. We lucked out last year, right?
Right.
We're not gonna have
we
two
can
of
still
those.
look out.
But you know what I'm saying, like, in the long run, we'd be better off having one or two or three people say, oh yeah, I'll take the overtime, you know.
But how would that cover our lawn mowing in the summer?
Well, that might be something separate. I'm
Okay.
just saying that since it's sporadic and you just need those people almost on call that can operate the backhoe or operate the plow truck, you know, guy who used to have a route doesn't have it anymore, say, hey, I'll come, or a gal.
I think it's a great idea, but I think it'd be difficult finding somebody to work extra hours and be on
And sometimes it would
call.
be during their work time because they plow in the daytime too.
Yeah. If you could find somebody, I think that'd be great, but
And myself, I'd want someone consistent, and I would do it. But,
All right, we'll call up HR and,
fine. But I, my
We'll get with that
overtime
down
would
here,
wipe the
we'll sign
budget
you
out
up.
in one storm.
so
So
anyway, I
let's,
just saw.
yeah, so, but that's what I'm proposing is another full-time person, and when we get to that point, you know, that'll be up to you to decide. Nice.
Well, if I might add,
go ahead.
if Will is correct, and that the water, the sewer, all of that is less than a full-time job, then that wouldn't include benefits, it wouldn't include all the other stuff. Because I see in the budget you've added $31,000, but have you also added for their insurance?
Social Security,
And Social
yep.
Security and all that
Yep.
stuff has also been added in here
Yes,
too.
absolutely.
So, you know, if what he's saying is true, because it was my understanding it's close to a 30-hour, 35-hour-a-week job. I don't know, I don't have the job description finalized. I didn't quite realize it was gonna have to be today, but,
You didn't have the job description finalized?
well, right, I was trying to figure out what would be in the total job description, what it would look like, and the actual hours. I had talked to Will previously about this, but I hadn't really gone back to finalize how many hours it would be, whether it would be 35 or 40 or 32 or 29 or whatever the case may be.
So it's about $11,000 over this year's budget, adding that full-time person in.
Just the one full-time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not recommending we add two.
I'd make a motion that we stick with our budget and hire one full-time person at the $30,000 rate that's already in our budget, and not add an additional person. That's my motion.
Why do we need a motion? Why don't we just agree that we
Well,
want to stick with the budget?
we're gonna have to make a motion at the end of the budget,
Anyway, today.
Anyway. so we just take care of this now.
Okay.
Do I hear a second? I don't hear a second, okay. So that means that we're looking at two people?
No.
Adding two people? No. What's it mean?
It means, to me, it means we're gonna submit the budget the way we have it here, with one full-time person.
That's basically
That's
what my
what he said.
motion was.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need a motion for every line item.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, so do you want to start the budget?
Yep.
Thanks, Will. Oh, yeah, can we skip to the jail to talk about the cruiser? Because that's why
Yeah.
Jason's here.
Yeah,
Well,
Excuse me,
hold on.
Willie, can I ask, Will, did we use the new salt brine spreader on the parking lot yesterday?
No, and the reason for it is that has
No
to.
brine?
No, we had the brine. We have it all set up, ready to rock and roll. The only reason we didn't use it is because you need to lay it down ahead of time so it can dry before the precipitation comes down.
Okay.
And from what I've been told, and I'm doing a little more research, the temperature of the pavement has to be cold enough, otherwise if you put that down, it'll be slippery. It'll actually, the salty stuff will be slippery on the pavement unless the pavement is cold enough. And Sunday was still pretty warm in the morning. We had the rain at 1 in the morning, so there wasn't really enough time to try that yet. So, but it is up and running, and with this cold weather coming on, we're hoping that the next storm that happens, the pavement's gonna be cold enough that we can try that.
Plus, I would think that applying that solution during the rain is just gonna get washed away anyway.
Correct. It
And
needs
the
to-
overall temp of the pavement, I mean, it's not cold enough for the snow really to stick.
Right.
It's supposed to dry. It's
Yeah, it's supposed to dry on that
ahead
pavement.
of time before the storm, let it dry, so as the precipitation hits it, the dry pavement, then it's dissolving it and letting it not stick as well. So this storm just didn't line up to use that tool at this point, but it is all ready to go.
Once we get a real good hard freeze going.
Two quick questions. Was you at the farm committee meeting?
Yes.
Right.
Any progress being made? I mean, we've submitted all of the expenses, all of the income. Has the farm committee done anything with that?
Yes, and I've provided them some more data today, and so has Chuck. Wendy asked for some more data back to 15, and we submitted that today, so hopefully at their next meeting, which is December 1st, December 1st, our next meeting, they did have some data done, which split out Will's and Mark's and Joe's time,
Right.
which gave a pretty good showing of where their time was spent this year. And now they're going back to 15. So that's gonna be a little more difficult to split out their time, but they're using it, 18%, 12% time was spent out on the farm?
Correct, about 12 to 13%
Yeah.
was spent time on the farm, but I think expense-wise, I thought she came up with around 20 or 21%. I don't remember, but I know time-wise, it was about 12 to 13% of our time was spent doing farming, and the other 78,
This year.
77, 78.
So they compare that expense, because you know what the expense is, right? If it's 12%,
Right,
you know what the cost of the labor is. And they compared it with what the income was and the expenses for
No, they
that
haven't done that
income.
yet.
yeah,
They haven't done that?
they're taking a formula off a percentage, I believe, and they're gonna apply that to other, so let's say the telephone line item, for
Mhm.
example, they're gonna take whatever that percentage is and multiply it by there, that is a true farm expense, and the other, whatever is DPW, water, sewer. They're trying to get more of a defined farm expense, so they have the, I guess, is what they're trying to do. That's my understanding from Thursday.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully we'll have some kind of a report here in December, maybe? Is there a timeline that they have set?
They're hoping to have something.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Will.
Is that all you need me for, or do you want me to stay?
No, you're all set.
Oh,
I don't know,
Thanks, Will.
I don't know if you
Oh,
have something
well,
for us, or?
I just think it was, curious that you mentioned the phone, that they're using this, your percent of total time that you spend, and then somehow the feeling that the phone line would be 12%, that 12% cost, and the heat, the propane, 12%, I mean, your phone line's gonna be the phone line, whether you're doing the farm or not.
Yeah.
right.
You know, that's not a very wise way of looking at the opportunity cost of having the farm versus not, because we're still gonna pay the phone line, you're still gonna be the same to heat your heat, whatever you're doing, you know,
Right.
these ancillary utility costs, you know, those being a consideration, that doesn't seem to be the proper way to cost out the real cost of the farm versus, you know, but we haven't seen what they're putting together, it's all speculative, we'll see the report.
I think the same
presumably.
thing may be true for insurance. If our insurance on our vehicles is in a pool, I don't know how you separate that
Yeah,
out.
well, we did provide them with some values, but that's the value of the vehicle, not of that's the value of the equipment, not, you know, that's not the cost of the coverage.
Right.
I mean, there may be maybe something to that unless the vehicle wouldn't be necessary. I mean, there's certain vehicles it would be, certain vehicles it wouldn't be. But
Right,
that's what we're
like a
leaving
John
them to
Deere
do.
tractor is part of the farm, we don't use it for anything else.
Right. I think,
The hay tedder.
right,
Yeah.
and some of those, like you're saying, some of them are so intertwined with everything that we do, it's hard to separate them, but I think they're trying to do the best they can to knock down any speculation and questions that that someone would come back to them and say, well, you didn't count this in, or you didn't count that. They're trying to be sensitive to that and trying to do the best they can to figure that out, so they don't have,
Right. It's
that.
just, you know, what are the variable costs of including the farm? I mean, the phone line isn't one of them. I mean, the phone bill's gonna be the same whether we have the farm or
The
not.
electric bill will be the same.
Right, I mean, those types of things. But we'll see, maybe they're not doing that, we'll see the
Right.
report
I
and
just
see
use that as an
what they have to
example that they're
say.
putting a percentage to certain things, and
Yeah,
that could be
that-
wrong, so.
Right, exactly, let's see what they present and,
I know wages, that's what they were doing.
sure,
Right.
that makes sense. Go
Commissioner
along with
Babson, you got a question?
Yeah, you provided them with equipment costs? I thought you just said that.
Equipment value, that,
Equipment value,
Yes.
excuse me.
that Primex says its value.
For what, the paying equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they have to replace it, that's the value that they're gonna give us.
Well, it really isn't the value of the machine, it's the
No.
value with the,
It's replacement cost.
And the backhoe, is that used on the farm very much?
A little bit, not a lot, but it does load the logs onto the to the wood processor.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's probably the biggest percentage of what the farm uses for that. Other than that, most of that machine is used on the complex for other things.
Maintenance, same.
Correct, so snow removal and just overall several things on the complex.
While the superintendent is here, how many people do you have out working in the jail? Three? That's what you need, or that's all you can get?
It's all that we know of that are available right now. We could employ, today they're bagging wood, we could employ 6 or 7 if we had them, but 3 is what our crew is down to. And I think that's normal this time of the year, it slows down. Of course, in my past.
Around the
year-
holidays, slows down.
It does.
It does.
The percentage people, traditionally a dip here, and then right after the holiday season, it'll be back up again with more sentenced people. And was the same last year, and it's pretty much the same thing. It flows the same way every year. Dip here.
So with the new programs that's going on at the jail, there's an excellent article in the Conway Daily Sun from the jail, it was really great. But in the future, we're gonna have less inmates?
It's a possibility. One won't know until we just move forward. Because again, it has to be the right person. Okay, first they have to meet the assessments, with the ORS assessment, a few other assessments. They also have to be sentenced, and they need to be recommended to the program. Now, we'll look at ones that aren't recommended to as well, but you need to have a length of time that you're actually sentenced for, and meet those criteria to even be in the programs. So it's not gonna be for everybody. We got people who are sentenced to a very short duration of time, which Will can tell you that he sees them for, next thing you know, they're for less than a month and they're out. Those type of people wouldn't make the programs. So those numbers would still reflect the same. The ones that are for the longer period of time that meet the criteria for programs would be in programs first.
Yeah.
With that being said, also part of the programs is stepping down. Say they get a year sentence, they do the in-house programs and then step down towards farm, step down towards outside, electronic monitoring work release.
program,
yeah.
To EM, the electronic monitoring, just to home. So
Yeah.
that is a piece of it as we move forward. And then probation's another big piece where we hope to have them on for another year to closely monitor them as well. So there is pieces of this puzzle that can be worked out with the DPW as we move forward and have more sentenced people. Up front, could it be less? Yes. Could there be room as we move along? Yeah, I won't know until we move along.
Yeah.
I don't see the numbers are changing.
The scheduling of the programs, is it an all-day deal, or is it a half-day?
So there's multiple programs throughout the day. I didn't bring a copy with me. I have a schedule. When we come next week with Kevin Warwick, the first week in December, we'll be giving an update, we'll give you a handout, showing exactly what the schedule is. There's thinking for a change for men, and there's thinking for change for women, and there's other classes that go on, there's individual therapy sessions that go on. There's a lot of different things, but we have the full schedule, and then I'll give you that as an update as well.
Okay.
On the, I think that's the 6th, the 6th or 7th?
7.
7th.
Okay, thank you.
No,
I
Thank
don't
you.
just,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just thinking way out of the box here, but does it make any sense that part of their program could include, doing some work on the farm and having some sort of evaluation about their work performance and,
That would be part of the step down. You've got to give them the cognitive rehabilitative programs first, so they understand what their rational thinking. And that is the in-house intense therapy portion of the one that, all the data shows you gotta do that first.
Okay.
For those high risk individuals that are gonna make the programs, you need to do the programs first in order to be able to step down into other things. Because when they step down and they mess up over, if they do mess up, which they do slip, they come back immediately into the program and find out why and what they missed and where we need to go again. But you have to give them that base first of all, of those needs of the education piece, which is, first of all, dealing with whatever substance they're on, because these are high-risk, even substance abusers and co-occurring disorders. So getting them off their substance,
Dealing with the brothers.
dealing with the mental health issue that they may have, and then dealing with also retraining their brain, now they're not on the substance, in order to have that measure of success. So they're not ready to be out in that program yet. The ones that aren't gonna be programmed, that are sentenced and make that minimum, would still be going out there, eligible to work outside.
Okay. So there could be a balance, like,
Yes.
okay, eventually.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Hey, Will,
Yes, sir.
did you talk to Mark about that thing?
Yes.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, and
Okay.
have a happy Thanksgiving, all of you.
You too.
Yep.
Same to you.
So,
Doesn't know where his brain's at this year.
here we go. Let's, we're gonna get through this budget today,
Yeah.
so let's get rock and rolling. We'll start with the 4,100 commissioners, 1,000. Remember, we put me into this budget. Chuck's still here. The business office salary, that didn't change. If we go down, nothing else has changed except for the telephone in this line.
What line, what number?
It's down 068.
Oh, 6.
I mean 069. Sorry, 069.
Yeah.
No, wait, no, it is 068, sorry. It went from $6,100 to $7,600. That's because the commissioner-elect has asked for a cell phone. And Commissioner Batson has also asked for one for ease of reaching him.
I don't-
So we are doing it. I haven't asked Commissioner-elect Bebar though,
So ask her.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
So can we, based on the numbers that we have in here right now,
Mhm.
what is the, and assuming that
Bottom
the,
line you're talking
the
about?
surplus is zero, what's the amount that will be income from taxes?
It all depends on, I want to put in 250 or maybe 300,000.
Surplus?
Yes. But
Reduce
it's,
taxes.
but it's up to you. We need to roll 176,000 into that for our, for our capital that we talked about last week. So, but that's up to you guys. I mean, when we get to there, you're gonna have to decide what you want to do.
Yep, but I
So we
don't.
don't know
I don't
right
wanna-
now.
Well, we can know. So if we put in $175,000 in taxes surplus,
Yeah.
we put that number in, then what are we asking for the income from taxes?
I did it out this morning, wait a minute, it's in my revenue sheet, and it is,
You know, we need to, it's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. I'd like to know what it is before we start.
the amount to pay by taxes will be 18,
It's not
18
that very yet.
18 million,
Few more years.
74, 18,074,854.
So 074,854.
Right.
So that's, at this point, we're looking at $450,000 increase in taxes.
Right. But I don't remember now if I took out the surplus or not. I think I did, because it just wiped it, because it just balanced it.
Well, I mean, we can,
176.
we got your grand total.
Right, it was 12, because we,
It says,
but, can I say something here?
sure.
I did change some revenue numbers. I changed two revenue numbers. One was Jason's Borders, and I spoke to him yesterday. I upped it to 86.5. I told you 80, but I put it on the $6,500. 86.5, because I think that's what we're gonna get. And I changed the pro sheriff, and Chuck doesn't like it, but
So you,
950 to 1,050,000. Because we've gotten 1.2 the last couple of years. I don't anticipate it being any less than that. And if it is, then so be it, but, you know, we'll definitely get over 1.1 million. And I'm asking to increase it $100,000.
And which item is that, Ken?
That is on, in revenue, page 5, and that's on ProShare,
Okay.
044.
Are we talking about farm or are we talking about nursing home?
We're talking about revenue, and we're talking
Total
about nursing
revenue?
home, right.
I wanna go back to the
Yeah.
jail.
Okay, well,
Well,
while we're here, well, you made it,
1 million 50.
Okay. So you went up $100,000.
Yes, sir. And in the jail, on page 2, borders I brought up to 86.5.
Okay, I got that.
Versus 70.
Right. And that's
what
how-
did you, what did you base that on? Did Jason suggest that we,
Borders, he said 80 was good, but I another 6,500 in order for me to get to my number I want to be. So, and that's how I got the 18,074,000, because that brought up everything up to 12,925,310 for revenue.
so Jason wants on the revenue 80,500, or 80,000, and you,
Went 86.5.
and you went 86.5.
Right.
So you boosted it
Another $6,500.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
Where did
Let's go ahead.
70,000 come from?
Being conservative.
Yep, being conservative.
Don't know what's gonna happen with the numbers for inmates or borders or not. You know, with
But our revenue this year quadrupled,
our revenue this year, I mean,
just on borders
just on
alone.
borders, I mean, we're at sitting today, we're at $214,000 today. I have another $11,900 check.
214.
$1,000 right now.
So we're $70,000 over.
No,
What,
we're more than that, because our budget
you
estimate was
budgeted for
50.
50.
Right, and we're at 200, so we're 150 plus over.
Yeah, and I have 2 more checks still coming in, so we'll be around 235,000 this year.
Yeah, like I said, we just about quadrupled our revenue.
From 15 to now, we've actually gone up 35% in the revenue. And our budget's only gone up 5.2% or 1.7 each year.
Nice job.
Good.
Well, I don't know, I get nervous when we've got to count on 2 other counties to provide us with income. What are the chances that they could pull the plug on us, Jason? And then we're stuck?
Could happen anytime. Rockham County, they've been pretty good. They don't house females. And he was pretty sure that instead of 3, he'd be able to average 4 this year, which should just about cover, that's about 83,000 alone right there, if he continues with that average, and then whatever else we get from Stratford County. There was some nervousness about Stratford before, but the way the election went and what the focus is gonna be on, you probably, if anything, I would see an increase into their borders from the ICE and immigration holds, which would put us having some more.
So you're anticipating from Stratford more,
Continuing where we're at, if not a couple more, yes.
okay, it makes me nervous, but, okay.
I was thinking that it was too low.
Well, you're not gonna be here to take.
I know.
You didn't take the fall.
Yeah, we'll go much higher.
If you have less inmates, then you're gonna have less expenses too.
Just
Yeah.
meals,
Less food.
just, yeah, meals and.
Uniforms.
Meals, linen,
That was all
That's
that
it.
we had to move over.
Okay.
Okay, so based on the numbers that were produced from the ACS system, I come up with $18,187,354 to be income from taxes. That includes that's not including any of your adjustments that
Yeah.
you've made. Those are the hard numbers
Right.
that we're looking at here. And then you were proposing essentially $6,500
No.
more income from,
16,500 from the jail.
16, I'm sorry.
Yep,
You did, for some reason I wrote 65.
that's all right, sir.
That's what he proposed, the 80,000 to me, and jumped
Chris.
to 65 here.
Chris, what was your figure you just came out with?
I mean, $18,187,354. That's what I came out with as the income from taxes, based on
What
these
you- what we
ACS
have in
numbers,
front of us.
the hard numbers that are on here, not the adjustments that Kim would like to propose. But just so we had a baseline number there from, because we know that number's right. Well, we don't know, because I did it on my calculator, but we're assuming that number's pretty close.
What's the percentage?
So,
Well, it was 17,
What's the percentage increase in the taxes?
I'm gonna tell you in 1 second. It's not very high.
No. it's not.
Even at that, it's not very high.
It's like 600,000.
Yeah, it's
Which is
18,187. I get 3%, 3.2%.
What'd you get with the number?
Based on, I got $563,000 increase, I think I saw. I was rifling through the numbers pretty quick. Oops. 18,254 minus 17,623,594.
It's 12.
At 563.70 divided by 17,623.
Oh, 1760. Yeah, 612.
We get 3.2% increase.
Okay.
Okay,
So that's where we're
Start
we're
at.
Yeah, just a kind of a baseline, that's what we're looking at, which is not terrible.
So then, if you add in the $100,000 that I'm proposing to increase the pro share from $950,000 to $1,050,000, which we're not gonna have a problem reaching that. Because the last 2 years, we've gotten 1.2. This year, 1.25.
So your total proposals is 116,500 total.
What was that figure?
He's proposing to increase the revenues 116,500. Okay. All right.
So, can we just talk about, now, are we set there?
Yeah,
Good.
I just want to know as a baseline where we
Yep.
were at to start with.
So that probably drops it down to a little below 3%. I'm hoping. But anyways, Jason's here to talk about his vehicle request. So in the budget, he's asked for 16,000. Huh?
14,000,
One line item, please.
what page?
It's on page 12.
Page 11,
Page 11?
12.
Well, yeah, because I don't do back to back. It's under, it's 072, vehicle lease, and it's 14,000. Sorry.
And it's on page 12.
Now, there was some discussion about him leasing vehicles, and he wanted the opportunity to address that, so I'm giving him that opportunity now.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure where the commissioners are at, but I'll like, point out a couple of things. As I gave you last time, the transports we're doing, increased transports we're doing with all these borders, so we're on the road a lot more. The age of our vehicles, which is in 06, 07, 07, all rear-wheel drive. Our revenues from 2015 through 2014 to now have gone up 85.7%. Our budget in the same amount of time has only gone up 5.2%, or since 14, which is 1.7%. The budget that we have here, that I present to you guys for next year, is only $41,063 up, or a 1.1% increase, including the cruisers in it. So I think I've done my due diligence in this budget to include the cruisers. I have a couple of questions, concerns with the cruisers. I know that there was a conversation that was had of the sheriff afterwards, which I was not privy to. If you're considering taking the cruisers that are no longer worthy to take the inmates to court, nor for law enforcement to be on the road to the jail, why is my people not worth the same value as the sheriff's department, or my inmates the same that aren't supposed to be in those vehicles either? They're okay to drive on the road as administrative vehicles, but to go back and forth all throughout the state, transport-wise, and we're taking a lot of inmates from outside this county back and forth in vehicles that are old, disrepaired, the 06, they're gonna need new transmission, body rot. Our vehicles last 10 years opposed to their 3 years that they were swapping them out for. So on those 2 cruisers, you won't see the jail back for 10 years on 2 new cruisers. The third one, which we use more administratively for the academy and stuff, that one I would swap out towards the sheriff's department. Whatever best cruisers there is when they get rid of hopefully a front-wheel drive cruiser and no longer a rear-wheel drive. With all those things that we're doing, including revenue, increased borders, have not asked for any extra staff to deal with the increased borders. All these things that we've done, including bringing cognitive-based rehabilitative programs, which means more transports into electronic monitoring for home checks, also to bring into group homes, those kinds of things, wherever they're gonna go. I think we've done our due diligence on the budget, our revenue, and staying where we need to be on a 1.1% increase, including 2 new cruisers. We're not spending a lot of money into repairs on rear-wheel drive cruisers. They're old, and we just threw 300 pounds of sand in each one to even keep them on the road because everybody's getting rid of rear-wheel drive. Even the state just auctioned off all the 2011s, which are newer than our vehicles, down to white horsepower. So I think this is prudent on our part, and it's a good time to do it because
So what you're saying, or what I understand, is that, yes, we've increased the amount of revenue for borders, but we've also increased the expense because we're having to transport those borders back and forth all over the state.
we haven't really increased our transport money. I haven't asked for any increase in transport money, just that we...
No, but vehicles you are.
Sure, but in the budget without including revenue, my budget's only up 1.1% with 2.
I'm not getting at the bottom line. You're fortunate right now because we got a lot of borders and we got a lot of revenue coming in.
But that's the
But
bottom
what
line.
Commissioner Babson says is that that's not guaranteed. But the expense, we got a lot of income coming in from borders, but there's also an expense in transporting those borders back and forth,
Which is basically fuel.
which, well, now you're talking about cars.
Yes, with cars, and I guess
Before we could get away with a sheriff vehicle that he's giving up because of too much mileage, that we can get very inexpensive, but now we're talking about $14,000 a year, every year for how many years?
4.
For 4 years, which adds to the expense of those borders, right?
Yes, but I also reduced my budget, so that way it's only 1.1%, not including borders.
I'm not talking about budget. All I'm talking about is the cost of the borders.
You're wasting money putting into older vehicles. You're throwing away money into vehicles that are...
How much have we spent for
I spend an average
repairs?
$10,000 a year between fuel and repairs on the vehicles.
Well, the
So-
fuel is gonna be fuel whether you got new
So-
vehicles
so-
or older.
So fuel, $2,500 a year, rest is on maintenance of the vehicles.
Yeah, which is, what is that, do you know?
$7,500 a year.
How much?
$7,500 a year on maintenance of the vehicles. They're old. You're gonna need a new transmission in one of them. You're also driving
So that's
vehicles-
half the cost of brand new vehicles.
Yes, and you're talking about vehicles that nobody's getting real drive vehicles anymore because they are not the safest on the road.
Okay,
Everybody's going all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. You're driving an 06 vehicle. I don't know how many people are driving 06 vehicles rear-wheel drive with inmates and staff and those kinds of things in it. I'm saying this is a good time to do it because our budget's low.
wait a minute. 06 vehicles? Is that what the sheriff department is giving up?
That's what he has.
That's right.
I talked to the sheriff yesterday, only given up one four-wheel drive this year, 2017.
Yeah.
He's not getting rid of the other ones till 2018. So we'll have to wait till 2018.
There would be one vehicle available in 2017?
Mhm.
And the last four jobs, like,
So why aren't we,
Is
and
what-
that's a all-wheel drive?
He said it's a four-wheel drive, so I
Oh,
guess it's
four-wheel
the
drive.
Expedition that he has there for the,
Is that what it is?
for the canine. He
That's
said
that's what he's giving up?
He said a four-wheel drive, that's the only four-wheel drive I know they have. Or the ones that,
All the Tauruses are all-wheel drive.
they're all-wheel drive, he said four-wheel drive, there's a difference. They do have a couple of those, Trailblazers, they have those Chevy Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Or the Ford Explorer, whichever,
Explorer.
Ford Explorer.
Yeah.
But by the time they get rid of them, they're junk. Like the last one I got rid of,
That
when I
one,
went and looked at,
I heard that one.
it was junk. By the time they get rid of them after 3 years, they've been pounded on the road. They're not very good vehicles. Again, they only last 3 years for them. Again, for us, it's gonna last us 10 years because we don't do all their patrolling, all their other stuff.
How many vehicles do you have now?
3, and then we're using the van from the old van from the nursing home to
Go
do
get the
food,
food.
because the truck
Food,
was,
that's
the truck
separate.
was no good.
Okay. So you got 3 vehicles.
And we struggle with 3 lot times. Because you have, remember, there's 15 weeks out of the year that we send people to the academy.
Yeah.
Almost every
That could
single-
be one of those sheriff vehicles, right?
That'd be one of the ones that we replace out, yes. And the other 2 are on the road all the time for usually medical transports, well, the vehicles that I'm back and forth in meetings. So the vehicles are used for trainings and transports, they're used a lot.
So we don't use the sheriff at all anymore?
He does, he takes from there to the court,
That's it?
that's it.
Jason, what does the 14,000 cover? 3 vehicles?
2
2 vehicles?
vehicles.
2 brand-new vehicles.
Yeah.
And it's probably cheaper to transport it with you than with the sheriff, as
Yes.
far as hourly wage.
Well, hourly wage and other things, when the sheriff's department also can't absorb the transports that we do, especially in your medical, or you have to stay with them medically, to other jails. There's a lot of things, even last second, they're not staffed for, we are, that's why there is our own armed transport team and people certified to do the transports. And you're right, if it has to go to overtime, we're at 14.25 to, an hour to 25, so I mean, cost savings is there as well too.
Are the people we're boarding, the counties that they're coming from, are they picking up the transportation costs?
No,
No.
no, that's part of the paying for the boarding. I mean, Stratford, if they have to take mass, them
But
to-
it is a cost to us to transport their inmates.
a little bit
And we're
cost.
making it up in what we're charging them?
Yes. Oh, yes.
I always thought that they paid for the transportation.
No, it's like Stratford County, they have a bunch of, like, if they're taking a mass with them to go do dental work and stuff, they'll bring a van up and do that. But part of it is relief on them for transports, is we do all the transports back and forth. So part of you making
They
revenue.
pay the medical, but
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
they
pay the
pay
transport.
medical, if anything's outside the scope of normal stuff, they pay for that. All those things that would be big ticket items that would be abnormal, they would definitely pay for. We don't pay for that.
Have we entertained with them the idea of paying some sort of fee for transporting?
They don't have the ability to transport either.
So it's built into the cost of,
Yeah.
taking in their inmate.
Do you need 2 new vehicles?
I think good time to buy 2 vehicles, yes, but, well, I think I know you're concerned, I think that I'm asking that you let it go to my sub-budget, and I think at the sub-budget committee, I think that they would see between the revenues and the vehicles we have, that they would most likely go with the 2.
I congratulate you for the budget that you have and the inmates that you're taking in as boarders. That's where your income really is. I would support 1 vehicle and not 2, 1 brand-new vehicle. That's where I'm coming from.
I'm just trying to get, I'm in a similar thought process, not that, I'm just trying to space out when you're getting the vehicles. More so, like, I get a new vehicle now. Hopefully, this vehicle, this 2017 vehicle, it's not 2017, it's coming available from the sheriff's office, that might be used now, and then
A new
next
vehicle.
year or the year after that, retire the vehicle you get from the sheriff's office, and then start the process of purchasing a new vehicle. That way, we're just kind of spacing it out, so we're not buying vehicles, then buying vehicles again, so buying one vehicle every 3 years instead of 3 vehicles, and then wait 10 years and then buy 3 vehicles. So that was kind of where I was coming from, and just try to utilize the residual value of what's coming out of there, come from the sheriff's office.
And just like any place, the sheriff's department, they get rid of their vehicles for a reason. They're not in good shape, and it costs a lot of money for us to disrepair. And again, it sends a message, hey, corrections, you really bottom of the barrel, even though we're doing most of the transports for
Right.
these inmates and my people on the road.
So you're looking at having 2, just as a review, see if I can
Two new
recall.
ones, one-
2 new,
one
we
used.
currently have 3 vehicles in the truck just that shuttles the food back and
Yeah,
forth.
Go back.
cancel that
Okay.
one out.
So you're talking, we have 2 new ones, they're both used for transports, and one that's kind of a dud, that is a
Back.
hand-me-down
Yeah.
that you use basically for yourself. Or,
Again-
well, administrative jobs,
And
not,
again, 10 years versus 3 years. I mean, you gotta look at the totality of us. Again, our vehicles, these vehicles we had, in the Dodge that was leased, the one Dodge they had leased last 10 years. On average, we're gonna make 10 years out of them. Again,
right,
it's
and
up
they're
to
getting
you.
them, and they are getting, how many miles do you put on the transport vehicles a year?
20 to 30, depending on how
Okay.
many transports.
Okay.
On the main one, yes, about 20,000, and then the other one was about 15,000. And the backup, we go from there, depending on how many academies.
Okay.
So they're on the road a lot.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I must admit, I did not have that conception that you were putting on that many miles
Yeah.
a year on each car. I thought it was more like 5.
Maybe
So
10.
Oh, no.
Maybe 10.
Yeah, I would,
No.
I'm more inclined to go ahead with it myself. If you're putting on 15 to
Oh, yeah.
20,000 miles a year on the car.
We're out a lot. There was already a transport this morning for medical, and that's a 2-hour appointment, and it required a couple of officers. Depending on classification, those kinds of things. There's a medical transport almost every day between regular dentist, regular hospital, then it just transports to the other facilities. Their car, you'll see it often, it's on the road almost every day.
Commissioner Babson?
I've been signing these checks for 3.5 years now. And I hear the sheriff come in and I hear Jason come in, and they're talking about their cars being beat up at 100,000 miles. I got 250,000 miles on mine. From the looks at it, the new commissioner-elect, Bivard, might have the same mileage. How do these cars get so beat up every time there's something goes wrong? It goes to the garage and gets fixed immediately. And I'm not saying you don't need them, Jay. But I just don't decide how these cars are in the wreck shape that you people come in and tell us they are, when we're paying ungodly expenses to keep them fixed up. Not so much yours, I see yours come in, but the
Well, I
sheriff
say, and
all
that's
the
why I
time.
say you wanna separate the two. Me and the sheriff, I don't rotate out every 3 years. They are on the road, whatever the sheriff says that they have their mileage and aren't worthy of the road anymore and doing traffic stops and having the inmates and everything else. We're dealing with a different level. We're doing 06 and 07. They don't have any of those type of old vehicles on the sheriff's department. The jail does, not them. And
Right.
they're moving on to the all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive vehicles like every other police department and the other jails are moving to.
Right.
So, gotta separate the two. We're not gonna be back here in 3 years looking for 2 new vehicles. We're back in about 10 years, like these vehicles last us. So we're in a different boat than them, because we're not doing, speeding up and slowing down and running the lights and those kinds of things that wear and tear on a vehicle. We're not doing those kinds of things.
Go ahead, Commissioner Babson.
We don't get a better deal if we buy or lease 2 cars at the same time, do we?
It's a state bid.
It's a state bid, so it doesn't matter.
And we'd be the
So
same.
why couldn't we budget for one vehicle? Well, it'd be in 1 year, but plan on buying one in January and one in December, so that we get that, now we get the 10-year rotation.
So we don't get two
We don't
coming
get
up?
two in 1 year.
Well, if you buy one in
That's what
January and one in
Chris was
December, that
saying.
is the same year.
Yeah.
That's this
And both
year.
vehicles come
that's
along.
Say
this year,
$3,500
But
this
now
year,
coming
but-
down 10 years or 8 years from now,
Yeah.
you don't have to buy them both in 1 year. You
Oh,
could,
I see what
you could stretch one for 9 years and one for 10, or one for 7 and one for 8.
I mean, I do like the idea of trying to get them on rotation, that way you have a new one, and then you have an older one, and those rotate through, so you always have one that's pretty new. So the longer hauls, you know, the more critical times, you have the good one, the better one, and, you know, and then they rotate that way. I like that idea, and I was just trying to get you to the point of using
And I
the,
like, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but they're just so old at this point now, we need to, I'm saying that now it's time to bite the bullet with them. Well, my budget is only at 1.1%, including that, is move to that now because they are that old, and the vehicles coming out of here are not that great. You can go one, but again, you're still dealing with very old vehicles that are still gonna be on the road, being used.
The total cost of a new vehicle, does that include the cages and everything else that goes with them?
That's just the lease, but then my budget has enough money to support,
So you got more money in there for those new vehicles to get them up where they should
well,
be?
on a vehicle line, I'd use the money out of there on the vehicle line to get them up and running, because we won't be doing repairs on those.
So really, I'm trying to get at the true value of this $14,000 deal, whereby it's costing us money to transport somebody else's prisoners, inmates.
Well, hold on.
And we got more money in the budget somewhere else because we need a cage inside these new vehicles. So now it's adding up to more than 14,000.
I think you, again, separate the two, it has nothing to do with, even if we didn't have these more borders, we still have our own transports, our own inmates of Carroll County, and we're still doing transports, the doctor's appointments almost
But we
every
got
day.
additional ones that we're
We
charging.
got additional ones, but I'd still be here if I didn't have the border saying you need to replace the cruisers. They're old, they're rear drive, they're failing. I would be here without our borders. I'm saying now's a good time, your borders have increased your revenue to decrease your taxes, and the budget, even with them in there, is a 1.1% increase. You wanna do one, if that's your pleasure. But I would be here either way, without borders or with the borders. I'm telling you, we're more on the road with them, yes. I'm telling you, if I was sitting at another jail watching this video right now, going, it's a high liability with my inmates in it, sure, I might be looking at that as a possibility. But they weren't here, I'd still be asking for them because they're still old and disrepair.
And the sheriff does the same thing. He has a separate line for his cages and
Yep.
upfitting.
And every new car he gets a new cage.
And see, that's where, if we get these, I'm not gonna increase my vehicle line, it's the same where it is. If I get these cruisers, I'll take out the vehicle line, my vehicle line can go down the following year. But, because I won't need to put the cages, and I won't be repairing the vehicles. Or, the money stays in there, and I'll be repairing the vehicles. So there's a cost savings either way. The vehicle line will go down the following year, because I'd have two new leases, and you're just paying for oil changes and tires, basically. So the vehicle lines at $10,000 will go down significantly, because once the cage and stuff are in, you're just looking at fuel. So we're gonna knock, $6,000, $7,000 out of the following budget the following year, which we won't need that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Babson.
Jason, what was wrong with my suggestion that we do one in January and one in December?
Still in the same year, like Ken was saying, that's your.
Oh, I know it's in the same year, but
Same month.
oh, you pay, the lease you pay, this exception is one payment a year?
It's one payment a year.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Instead of monthly, it's just a yearly
It's
annual.
1 million payment, right.
So what is wrong with buying one in January and one in the following December, if it gives us the opportunity to rotate out 5 or 6 or 7 years down the road? Can you stretch one of these vehicles for 11 more months?
You can, it doesn't hits either way. Whatever, it's gonna be a balance at some point of on the vehicle maintenance line, at some point. So you don't wanna do one this year, one next year,
No, I'd like to do 2 this year, but I'd like to spread them out 12 months so that at the end of some period, that we can get some kind of a rotation going. We lease one for 6 years and one for 7 years, if you can do that.
You own them in 4 years. You lease them for 4. It's the same thing the sheriff's department's doing. You own them after the lease.
Oh, I don't know anything about the lease.
Yeah, and then he's gonna keep it 6 more years. So there's,
Yeah.
they pay
I'm not gonna be asking you to
$7,000.
rotate out again, you keep it.
Yeah, so this will be 4 years at 14,000 and then 6 years of no payment.
Correct.
But the, you know, the,
But now you're gonna have more maintenance on
Maintenance,
those.
yeah.
Sure,
But-
they go, but again, it's
yeah.
still not the same type of way.
And you don't see any way of using retired vehicles for a few years. Buy one new one and use retired vehicles for 3, 4, 5 years and then get another brand new one. So then you'd be,
I see that we have the old vehicles right this minute, right now, that are a disarray that shouldn't really, we
Be
should
on the road.
move forward,
And the-
change them out. The sheriff's department, what they've given up, what they have to give up, are not.
it's not gonna be a road.
They're not, I mean, even this last year, I did go look at, ask them about the four-wheel drive. It wasn't worth it. Look what you're getting for when they go out to bid.
Buck. Depends, yeah.
Not much. Because
1,200 to 20.
that's what they're worth, nothing, because they're not that great of vehicles after that, after they've been.
Any idea how many miles you get on your present 3 vehicles?
The 06 has 141,000 miles, the 07s have about 120,000 miles each one of them.
Okay. Any further comments?
No, I'm good.
You're good.
I've asked enough questions. I'm not gonna get a different answer.
No matter how you ask.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's like talking to Bill Belichick over
Amanda,
here.
I'll give you a chance, go ahead.
There's a difference in the sheriff's cost and the jail's cost. Why?
Is there a
Staffing.
difference?
It's there's not a
The
difference in the
vehicles.
cost.
No, vehicles are same cost.
Difference in how much they drive them.
No, there was a
Cost
difference
Of leasing.
in the cost last week. I didn't get this week's
Oh,
paper.
well, one of them is because he has a more expensive vehicle, right? The Expedition or something like that.
Yes.
He's not using, you're getting all Tauruses, right?
I'm just getting the base model vehicles, he's getting a four-wheel drive, some of those are more expensive.
One of his vehicles that he's getting this year, I
A
think
lot
is
of,
more.
a lot of his vehicles have like electric pedals and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Ours is a base model, just long front-wheel drive, good to go with a cage, to like.
So what are we doing?
I'll make a motion that we put in one vehicle for 2017. If I don't get a second, then we know where we're going. So that's my motion. Do I hear a second? Seeing none?
I'll make a motion to put in, leave it at 14,000 for 2 vehicles.
Do I hear a
Second.
second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
I'll oppose.
Be down there,
To
making
the
sure
one.
those things are shiny.
Well, congratulations. Good job.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right, we may have to meet again if we don't get going.
All right,
Hate
let's
to
roll.
say it. So those are, we gotta talk about one more thing, sorry. Last week you asked about the phone. Oh, Jason, you're all set.
Okay. Sure.
And Bob did what you asked him to do about the savings with the new phone system that's going in the budget.
Right.
It's about a $700, $750 a month savings.
Stole my thunder.
Go ahead, quick. We don't have a lot
Good
of
morning,
time.
Commissioners. Yeah, I was able to talk with our phone vendor, and just basic, going through the numbers, he was able to determine that we would see at least a $700 a month savings if we were to opt with a new phone system that was integral to the county. That was one of the selling points of going with the fiber optics, that we could reduce
Phone lines.
costs, phone lines, and that's indeed true. And there's $700 a month. This doesn't even include usage fees. This is just basically phone lines themselves. If you include usage, it's going to be more, because with digital phone lines, you really
Is it gonna be more of a savings?
yeah, much more savings. And that would amortize to $40,000, $700 a month would amortize to about 57 months payback, less than 5 years.
Bob, why does he say here, and I don't really understand this, all this technological stuff, but why are they talking about a fiber line and keeping the T1 line? The T1 line isn't fiber optics, is it?
No, the T1 line is a copper line that we use through
Right.
Fairpoint. And Bayring is giving us a proposal for a fiber optic line for about half the cost.
Okay, I thought they had the T1 line and were talking about keeping it, and I couldn't understand why they were
No,
doing
it's
it,
just-
okay. So, we'd go with Bayring's proposal of a fiber optic and get rid of the T1 line.
Correct.
Okay.
And we would still keep some copper lines in place just for redundancy. You know, the internet does go down once in a while. So,
Now, is this in capital?
Might be later today.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And and just to remind me, the total cost that you said was?
about $40,000.
40,000.
Yeah, I'm budgeting 40,000. I got an estimate, it was 37 and change, $38,000, I just for budget, I rounded it to 40,000.
Okay.
And if we go with the same phones as the nursing home and the jail, we'll be able to talk to one another. It'll be one
yeah,
system.
It would be a county phone system rather than
Yep.
individual, we would run on extensions. I'm not using that as a selling point, I mean, it'd be more convenient for everybody, but the selling point is the cost savings.
Well, maybe for you.
Yeah, no. And honestly, I'm starting to replace phones in this building. I replaced 3 this year. They're just, you know, the buttons weren't working very well, so.
And how old is the current system?
It's gotta be at least 10, 12 years old.
Came over with Noah.
Yeah. It's got
Well, that's
the,
not that old.
yeah. It's got the Arabic numbers.
Abacus right there.
Great.
Okay, so right now you got $40,000 in the budget, right?
Yep.
Correct,
For that phone system.
correct.
Okay. That was just information as we move forward.
Okay.
Yep.
So thanks a lot, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, the commissioner's budget, as you get down to the bottom, because we rolled all of my things in, we upped the telephone. Anything else you want to talk about, Chuck, on this budget?
No, it seemed okay to me.
Okay?
We agree on the commissioner's budget?
I don't have a problem with
You
it.
want to have a motion or just consensus?
Why go through all the motions?
What's that?
Why go through all the motions?
Okay, so the consensus is that the commissioner's budget is okay at 1,100,000,
Yep,
11, yep.
288, okay. Treasurer's budget,
That's pretty much the same as last year.
consensus is at 6,953,
I'm good.
all right. Special fees and services,
excuse me,
Yep.
do,
we're not going back.
you worked with Chip on this budget, correct? Or
Yeah.
What,
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever you did, yeah.
Well, we got a new commissioner now, I need a new treasurer.
Mhm.
You think he'll ever show up?
I don't know the gentleman, so I can't
All
say.
right.
I don't either.
Okay. Special fees and services, we had an increase because of BEAS. And I think you said last week, Chris, 325,000 went up or so.
Under special fees and services?
Yeah.
Right, I mean, we don't know for sure, but it's been going up about 325,000
Yeah.
a year.
That's not even in this one.
Yeah.
Never mind.
All right, under fee,
We got
special fees and services, we've got for merit raises,
and
Right.
surplus.
and that's based on 3%?
Maximum 3%. The property and liability, unemployment, workers' comp. A couple of those did go down, workers' comp and unemployment. Property and liability did not, it went up a little bit.
All right. So we added the merit and the contingency.
And the
fund.
surplus, yeah.
Contingency, contingency.
Yeah.
The consensus is 727, 704,
Yep.
Yeah.
okay? Human services,
Human resources?
human
Yep,
resources.
I knew what you meant. 90,193.
And the salaries are down because of,
Shift to finance,
there was shift to finance?
There's one less position in human resources, it's now in finance.
Do we have the money in there for the person over the nursing home?
It's in a nursing home
It's in the
budget.
nursing home budget.
Yep.
Why? I don't know, I don't see why it's in the nursing home budget. It should be under human resources if it's a human resource position.
It's a finance position more than a human resources position. In most organizations, human resources falls under finance.
Uh-huh.
This is a finance function, it's a numbers function for the most part. We have a separate human resources because we do a lot of training, and that's what Lynette will be focusing on in the future.
Mhm.
But the actual benefits and enrollment procedure is under finance. Because that's where you need to go when you sign up and sign on with us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, I think, yeah.
I would think that the person over the nursing home is going to be more, not more, but have a lot of involvement with, if it's anything like the past, with complaints versus benefits.
You just described finance.
A lot of the complaints are about pay.
About finance?
Yeah, about pay, usually,
Pay and benefits.
yeah.
So, I guess the word I'm looking for is grievances, which falls under HR, right?
Well, it really falls under administration.
And really, the only grievances we get are the same ones. And we haven't gotten any for quite a while, actually, so let's not rock the boat on that. It's been very good. So it's 90,193.
And we're still using human resources for advertising for new positions,
Yes.
right?
We had to up that to
There's no other department that's advertising.
We had to up it $750 because we are gonna overspend that, 6,000 this year, if we keep going the way we're going.
You cut 2,200 out of dues licenses and subscriptions,
Yes,
and you cut 500 out of office supplies.
yep. I met with Lynette on this, and she was okay with all of it.
She's okay with all of it? Yeah. Another 500 out of education and conferences?
Mhm.
Okay. Consensus is we're okay at 90,193?
I just have one question though. Last year they were asking for a HRIS package to go along. And I was wondering if that was something that we were no longer asking for, or if that's contained somewhere else. It just wasn't,
No longer asking for that.
just no longer asking.
That may be in the future, that's postponed at some point in the future. Because, simply put, we may look at a different payroll system, and it may be intertwined with that, so we're
It'll
just
absolutely be.
postponing it until we make that decision.
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
At the conference we went to last week, there was a couple of vendors there, and Kathy and I spent time with one vendor, Chuck spent time with another, to get their idea on fund accounting software. And it did have the HR system in it, so.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
90,193. County administrator,
Don?
go on. Wow, that's great.
yeah.
That cost savings.
Way to cut that budget.
That is a cost savings, huh?
You did a good job on the budget.
Attorney,
All right, county attorney,
Attorney,
what do you got?
they're asking for a part-time person in support staff, and another attorney to help with felonies first. You'll see that in the assistant attorneys. It went from 202,565 to 255,500. And the part-time went up to 32,160 from 18,138. I believe that's the only change. There are some reductions in this.
the
Budget.
part-time person is gonna be used for what? The additional part-time person?
Will be used to help with implementing the felonies first caseload,
Okay.
helping the victim witness a little bit more.
Okay,
Thus raising that budget from 438,705 to 508,068.
About $70,000.
consensus is okay at 508,68? Anybody?
Is that part-time position considered a temporary position?
No.
Or it's gonna be a permanent
Permanent.
position?
Because they're anticipating a much higher caseload with the felonies first implementation.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm good.
Commissioner Babson, you good on that?
Yep.
Okay, victim witness,
The witness, this is our costs, right, Chuck? This is the county's cost. 57,024.
which is down from last year.
I think it might be in the, looks like it's in the retirement expense.
Yeah. Chuck, did you really go through and look at that retirement?
He did, he went over 4 times. And remember what he said, last year he came in and we weren't sure on where everyone was, but this year he's got a better handle. This is more
Based on.
precise,
Right.
right, to what we really have. Because you'll see in our budget, a lot of our retirement costs are gonna be underspent. So, this is more of a realistic look at,
Which means we had a surplus last year, correct?
yes.
And that's, a lot of the surplus was out of retirement. Even though, I remember retirement jumping up considerably one year, not too long ago.
It jumps every 2 years.
Every 2 years?
And this year, it's jumping again, but on the Group 1 side, the employee side, it's going up an infinitesimal amount. On the police side, it's going up a full 3%.
Right, so group 2 will be, there's a big jump.
Okay. All right, we all set for 5724,
Yeah.
victim witness?
Yep.
Okay. Registry of deeds,
In here, we did add that, we added that
35,000.
35,000 or something, or,
Archival record.
yeah, the archival records, we added, I think 32,000 or something. But I think that's the only increase, and she did decrease some items in her contracted equipment and services. Her education conferences is down.
I'm good.
wow, you dropped from 117 to 82? Contracted
Yeah,
equipment and services? Wow.
yeah. Well, that's what she feels.
Okay, are we good for 434, 755?
I'm good.
You good, Commissioner Rabson?
Yep.
Okay. Sheriff's Department?
I think this one's gonna be a status quo. It's reduced 20,000. In the bailiffs, it's reduced 16. And a couple other little things. So we went from 1.5 million to 1.561970 to 1.541698.
I'm good on this one.
Good on this one? Mr. Benson?
How much is, let me just look at this. Adopted budget. Is he gonna have a lot of money left over in his budget this year?
I don't know, sir.
You know, he is kind of a squirrel.
Well, I don't know that.
Just,
I hope it's not gonna be a long winter.
I could make a comment, but I don't want to do it publicly.
All I know is that the delegation said that this was a good budget, and I believe it, so I'm gonna go with what they said.
Okay, Sheriff's Department is 1,541,698. We agree with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Dispatch,
Dispatch, he's requested another dispatcher. You'll see that in the salary line.
how many?
One.
One dispatch.
And that's it. He has reduced some of his costs, office supplies, electric,
And the
Travel.
personal days, salary personal days is going up, 5,000?
that's because they have a contract.
Contraction.
It's a contractual thing.
But he only spent 2,500 through October.
Gets paid out.
In December?
He gets paid out right next month.
Okay.
so what happens on that personal days? If they don't take them, they get paid?
Mhm.
Contractual. They
I
get,
don't care whether it's contractual or not, but it's, so they come and work instead of taking a personal day, and so they get paid for the day they work, and they get paid for the personal day they don't take.
contractually, they get their holiday pay in this payroll check this week.
First
In
one
one
in
lump
December.
sum. And then they get another check right after the first of the year for their sick and personal days.
So
Unused.
what exactly is the personal days? If they come and work and don't take the personal days, they get paid for it?
If they do not use the days, they get paid for it.
Full day's pay?
No, not
So
necessarily. full
three-quarters?
days pay.
That's 75%.
75.
That would be 3/4.
Three-quarters.
Well, I guess in Brown it would be, but
Why don't we do that with the nursing home?
There are lots of things I'd like to do with the nursing home, but we've got a union that is a little resistant to change.
Okay.
It's an option, it's a more expensive option, now they just, you know, it'll cost money.
So the dispatch is up 13,000, is that right?
Over last year's budget, yeah.
yes. But there are other reductions in there that, you know. So he wants another dispatcher for days or swings or something.
And we're not getting any grants for the dispatch equipment or anything like that?
As of this point, no.
There is potential
Potentially, but we don't know.
on the, that you'll see later in the
Should
capital
you
budget.
should you put $1 in there?
No, you don't, because it will come under the 200 fund.
Okay. All right, have any problems with,
I thought we were told that when we bought that new dispatcher setup in there, it was gonna, be paid for by grant money.
The setup that's being installed now, or that's
Yes.
been completed, was funded by grant money. He has a request into capital for $20,000 for a recorder that he's applying for a grant for, that he expects will pay for half of that, but he doesn't know that for sure yet.
Okay.
But that's in the that's in the 200 fund, so we'll be able to cover that.
Okay.
consensus is we agree with 719,545?
Yes.
Okay. Referee?
Medical referee, this
Yes.
was all over the place this year. So I did raise some, lower some. We're doing some more transports. than we had been, and so,
Transports for the medical referee?
yes.
Why?
If they transport it to one funeral home, and then they have to transport it to another, or to a funeral home. I did reduce a little bit, but, not much. So it was 17.9, now it's 17.5.
Consensus is we agree with the 17.5.
Yes.
Okay, administration building?
There's a reduction in there. It's the second year in a row we've had a reduction in this budget.
Is that because we filled the holes in the sidewalk and our insurance has gone down?
No, it's because we
Safer.
kind of revamped the whole budget.
Whose salary is included in there?
It's some of Bob's, and we got
Debbie's.
Debbie's in here. She works 32 hours.
I'm good.
She works she works a full week, doesn't she? But we only put 32.
No, she works 32. Yeah, she's only here 7 hours a day.
But the place is so clean, I thought she worked 7 days a week.
No. BAS, here's where your little increase is.
We agree with 142, 126?
Yes.
Absent? Commissioner?
What are the commitment, what are the equipment repairs that we're expecting? All the boiler breakdown?
The same ones we always do.
Okay,
Floor machine, buffer, just equipment repairs.
okay. Yes,
Okay?
Yep.
Human Services Department. $5,249 and,
49,000.
yeah, 5 million.
I wish it was.
I guess we have no choice there.
Nope. No
Okay.
choice. Well, we have a choice,
Which
it's
is, yeah.
18% interest if we don't.
Department.
you know, that's when we get the supplementary budget last year, and everybody talks about the money. Everybody forgets that the delegation took 200,000 out of that. And the budget, we had to have it added in, they always talk about.
And nobody replaced it. We
No.
took it out of savings.
But nobody ever mentions that.
Nope.
I hope they don't do that again.
Here's the DPW. I'm sorry,
It's an
what?
interesting note, though, that is 29% of our total tax base.
The 5 million?
Yeah, that one line is 29% of all the taxes that are paid to the county. They're
That's
just,
flat 29, Chris, or
well, 28.86.
Oh, it's pretty darn close.
29, I'll round up.
So
I do.
it's a big chunk of, it's non-discretionary. I mean, it's a bill, we pay it.
You say 28%?
29.
28.87, so 29.
And the only people that can do anything about it is the delegation.
The DPW salary is changed, and some of the expenses associated with that for another full-time position.
Why are we reducing septic removal by $4,000? Is it a case that we haven't made the last 2 pickups or haven't showed in the billing?
No,
20,000 was too high?
I think there was a reason for that, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but this is
We went out to
Will's
bid.
number. Yeah,
We went out to
and we went out to
bid.
bid again.
Yeah.
Every year,
Yeah.
we got to bid. I can't
So
remember why.
That's the bid, is 16,000?
No, I don't know what the bid is.
It's like
We haven't
20 cents
opened
a
it yet,
gallon
have
or
we?
whatever.
We haven't
it
got it
was.
yet. Yeah, it was 22 cents, I
We
think.
saved like 6 cents a gallon or something, I thought it was, off the bid.
I said, I think we saved more than that.
Jesus, you got a memory. You eat a lot of peanut butter or what?
I do, it's good stuff.
I do too, every day.
I'm addicted to peanut butter.
You must get the creamy one.
I never get the cream.
I
Anybody
don't know how
have?
you do it, Chris, you pull them out.
Well,
So
guess
there's a good reason we dropped it 4.
Generator expense is because of a switch? No?
Where are we, general expense?
Down the bottom of the page 10?
No, I don't think that's, I think he put that in the,
The switch is
In the what?
somewhere else on the,
shared, yeah, so
It's for
that
what?
is shared with the annex. That's the one that we were gonna do this year.
So the switch is in there?
Yeah,
Transfer switch.
but it is under generator
Yeah.
expense this year, okay.
so I guess I have a question about whether or not we need a full-time, the extra full-time person there. I think that this has one full-time person and no part-time person that's what we have?
right,
For just the summer?
right, there's 31,200.
On the bottom of the scale. Right, starting,
Yeah, he'll make more than Joe,
he's part-time.
right?
Well, no, he's not gonna be part-time, he's gonna be full-time.
No, he's talking about
Joe's
Joe.
part-time.
Yeah,
Oh.
Joe's part-time.
Are we okay? 278,
No,
461?
how about the sand and salt, where we've gone to brine, and yet we've gone up, no,
No,
I
it's,
thought it went
we
down.
haven't,
the
we
same.
we haven't reduced it.
Right, because we're not sure, you know, if this is what we're gonna try, and hopefully this winter, that'll be the answer, and then next year we can reduce it.
Okay,
Where is the brine in the budget?
It's in with the sand, it's in with the salt.
Sand and salt?
Yeah.
So it's the same amount?
Right, because again, we're not sure how much we're gonna use, how much we're not gonna use.
will that cover it?
Yeah,
We're gonna use less sand and more salt and more brine,
yes,
basically?
just to keep it down to pavement. Because that's what everybody wants,
And you don't have to clean up the sand.
right?
278, 461. Okay?
No.
No. What's the problem?
Well, I just don't think we need a full-time person there. I think we should bring it down to, 28 hours a week job, part-time person. I don't think it's,
And I
I'd save
guess
the benefits.
we need a vote here now.
I just-
You wanna split out the number of hours per week that they work?
Instead of hiring a full-time person, I would suggest that we hire a part-time person at 28 hours a week and then save the other benefits that go along with that. Just seems like too much. I think it's a better first step.
I don't know that I agree with that, Chris. We had to get rid of somebody at the farm, and, the lawns didn't get mowed.
This is not for the
Take a look at
farm. Right?
No,
This is for lawns and snow
plowing and
I'm
lawns
saying-
and whatever else.
I'm saying we got rid of one on the farm that did just what we're looking for.
Right.
The lawn didn't get mowed. You look at the apple trees out here, they haven't been trimmed for 2 years. The place, the little circle went, we lost a lot more than one person. You come in here and the first thing you see when you come to put your loved one here is the lawn isn't mowed and the place doesn't look like it's taken care of. Shrubs haven't been trimmed for on the edge of the building. We need another we need the full-time person.
We never budgeted for any additional people when the new nursing home was built, which requires a lot more lawn mowing, and it's not straight mowing, it's up and down, it's I would think there would be a lot more trimming to be done at the nursing home than the old nursing home in particular.
And if the predictions are right, we're not gonna have amount of inmates to do the work, and,
That's what worries me, is the lack of inmate help.
you know, it takes 2.5 days, full-time, with a whole crew of inmates and personnel to do the lawns. And go 3 more days and you gotta start all over again.
What would happen if we went out to bid for that?
We'd pay more money.
Hmm?
We'd pay more money.
I know one we went out to look, I don't know, that was snow plowing,
Snow plowing.
Snow plowing,
and that was $99,000 or something like that.
yeah. And that was
But it
the
wasn't
same people
guaranteed.
that do the courthourhouse.
Yeah. And it wasn't
And
a
they do a good
guarantee
job.
they do a good job because there's only one shift over there,
Oh, yeah.
the day shift. Here we have 3 buildings that have different shifts.
I don't know, my recommendation is for one. If you don't want it, then you
My
tell me.
recommendation is for 1
Mine too.
addition. 2 to 1,
2 to 1.
okay?
The jail.
He has done a really nice job on it.
It's up 31,000, and that's, I'm guessing, from the new hire for the mental health. And the case manager,
And
Contract,
and what?
food,
in the contract.
Oh, that's right, and they have a new contract over there.
food, I mean, we've taken in a lot more
Right.
business. We get reimbursed on the other end, but shows here. Our inmate programs, is that where the contract comes for with the gentleman from Massachusetts? Or is that,
With Kevin? No, that's the inmate program, is the, all the supplies for, thinking for change and,
oh yeah, okay,
Are we all set for the House of Correction? 3583718,
Yes.
okay? Information technology, 291,000.
That's up because there's a transfer of a contract, software contract from nursing home to IT, about 38,000.
oh, it's their Relias training? Is that what it is? Yeah.
I thought Relias was in the,
Jail and the nursing home too.
oh, it is.
Yep, you guys voted on it last year.
Computer expenses up.
Computer expense.
Yeah. Computer expense contracts.
That's
Why
the
should that be up if it's by contract? Huh?
That's the Reliance software contract.
Can we get a breakdown on what we're
that's not
paying
bad.
on Relias? I can remember 4 years ago, we got a pitch that the employee could sit there by
Yep.
himself and study, and we get many, many more hours of training that we didn't have, and they got all kinds of programs that's about the last we saw of it. Except somebody came in and said, I think Jason came in a year later and said his men were getting a lot, and women are getting a lot more training, but we've never seen any cold facts. Have they picked up 1,000 hours of training? Have they, what's happened with it, with the money?
Well, what happens is, and we use it in Stratford, so it saves time as far as, scheduling overtime training, to have a
Right.
person there in person. They can do it at their home, at their break time, whatever, on the computer. And they have to pass a test at the beginning and at the end. So at the beginning, you take a test of what you think the answers are, and then at the end, you take a test of what you think the answers are, and then it shows you what you
what you
learn.
missed.
Right.
Or what learned.
What you
But there
learned.
must be some place that calculates how much time we're using this
In
program.
the Reliance system, you can print out a
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah,
after,
you-
to see whether we're really using it.
printout.
My question is, did the IT committee look at this budget?
You asked that last week, and
Yes.
we hadn't had
Did it?
time. Huh? No,
It hasn't.
because John's away. And so they have not looked at it.
Individual members of the IT contributed to it so that they're aware of it, but we have not met formally.
Okay. We agree, 291,000, 291,000,
Mhm.
yes? Yes,
I agree, but I think that there should be, at some point, a meeting to go over this with, you know, everyone together. Because that's why we had the department, you know, that's why they had the
here
committee.
we have the committee.
And this should be meeting.
Okay. So you want a breakdown for which item? Computer
Nothing-
expense?
Reliance, I'll get you. a
Nothing
printout.
extensive, I just wanna find out whether we're using the thing or not.
Absolutely. I'll get that for next week. Cooperative extension?
It's up, what, 400?
No, it's only up to 1,000.
$1,300.
Yeah.
1,300.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with the interest and
You
the
good?
long-term debt too.
Okay.
Yeah, I dropped it 50.
Interest expense,
I'm good.
The SRF and the jail bond.
That's good. It goes down.
229,137, we agree with that?
Yeah.
That's down from last year.
302,809, right. Because I'm anticipating a better tan interest rate.
Anticipating?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Plus the-
Well,
plus the bond
if
debt
it
goes
went
down
out
every year.
because we were in financial trouble, it certainly should come down if.
Right, and I don't think, and I'm not sure about this 250, I think we were being, you know, a little cautious. We haven't drawn all the tan, we've been, you know, we've
Yes,
been
we
doing
need
very
it.
well this year.
How much of the TANs have we used?
I believe about 12 million, 12 of the
We had
18.
18, right? That's good.
Okay. 229,137, we agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next is
Long-term debt?
remember, this is the last year of the jail bond.
Yeah, but you got it already spent.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Next one.
Appropriation.
Regional appropriations.
Okay, it's up because of the White Horse
White horse
addiction.
addiction. They
150,000.
came in, they're coming in next week to talk to you guys about leasing the building. Yeah.
We're gonna use our money to pay the lease?
What?
I say, we're
Well,
gonna
no,
use our money to pay for the lease?
no.
Okay. We agree, 367?
No,
No.
I have a problem with this White Horse Addiction Center being up in the air. I'd like to, do we have time to wait a week to see what their
No.
proposal is? And they've also gone to all the towns, double dipping and,
Why can't we give them what we give the VNA?
You know, I was thinking that maybe it's jumping too quick, too fast, too high, 150,000, and
we don't
they
have
haven't
any
got everything
proof.
all together?
We don't have any proof that whatever they're doing is working.
Well, it still has to go through the delegation process. They're gonna have to come back in and sell the delegation. So, my personal feeling, you know, I think 150 is too high for the first year.
I do too.
I do too.
It's either 75 or 50.
I'd go for 75.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's a seed money situation,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, that would be the situation from my end, it's like, give them a little money to help them get started, and then after that, you know, I guess that'd be for the boards to decide, but, you know, I
And-
don't have a particular interest in continuing, you know, funding it. Getting the building there, and then, as they said, once they get going, they should be able to sustain
Because,
themselves.
right, and this is gonna help our inmates as well, too.
Right.
So, and our residents who are dying in Carroll County.
Yeah.
There's no other place like this in the county.
I'm kind of in the same vein as like, me personally, I feel like it's a value.
Yeah,
I'm interested in it.
yeah.
You know, I'm even interested at the 150,000, but it hasn't been fully vetted yet. We need more information. They need to go through the process of
Process.
talking to the delegation and having
And the
maybe a little more
delegation
concrete.
thinks that it's worth 150, then by all means.
Right.
All right,
I
we're
would
at
go,
75?
I'd go for 35. I just, the idea that, I mean, we've had a policy around here that you don't come to the towns and then you don't come to the delegation. You do one or the other.
That's true.
But
And we've done
But
that all over.
they don't
this
always.
is a state emergency. This is for everyone's health.
I understand what the emergency
Yep.
is. They just I haven't seen any proof that their system is working.
Is it a 503C?
And,
Yeah.
Yes.
and I guess I could go with 50 as seed money, but not 150.
How about 75?
No,
Do I hear 6250?
Well, you make a motion for
You wanna go
75, let's see where
50?
it goes.
The,
You want
and
to make a motion?
and I wish him all the success in the world, because we need it.
Yeah.
But
you know, I think, well, Commissioner, I do agree with you that there has been a lot of past speak regarding going to the towns and going to the county, but he doesn't know if we're gonna give him money. So, you know, if we give him the appropriation based on the fact that he will not accept any money from the towns because we gave him this amount of money, or if he does, then it will reduce it by that amount. I think that's reasonable. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
He doesn't know if we're gonna give him a dime, so he's
got
gotta go to each town too, you know, because maybe he'll at least get something from the towns and we give him nothing. So
Mm.
that's, I think that's part of the consideration, you know, is he
As a
double dipping?
one-time, as a one-time startup?
I'm looking at it as a one-time startup and for the opportunity to the delegation to look into it further, because it needs more vetting, and perhaps we can earn some scholarships.
You wanna go with
based on our
75?
donation, maybe get some scholarships of, you know, dedicated of, you know, we'd get a scholarship for worthy inmates that we could send over there. I think that would be, in my opinion, would make it a lot more interesting, where we were guaranteed the ability to have.
And I think next week, as we work towards that, you know, towards that relationship of moving forward with the lease of the building, maybe that might be a part of the lease arrangement. You know?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sort of like the childcare thing he was,
Mhm.
Howard was talking
So
about.
to speak.
Are we going to get, because it's a religious organization, are we gonna get in any problem with separation of church and state?
I don't think it is a religious
Yes,
organization.
it is, it's absolutely.
Christian based.
We could be sued for not, for being biased on that as well.
I think definitely a worthy cause. I would support 75,000.
Is that a motion, Commissioner?
I'd make that a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Would you consider making it 75,000 and having it reduced by whatever towns give them?
I'd accept that friendly amendment.
You say you would.
I would accept that friendly amendment too.
I'll raise it,
Okay.
I would go with 50 without it, but I'd take 75 if we can reduce it by whatever they get from the towns.
Okay. That's in the motion? 75,000, reduced by whatever they can get from the towns. All in support of the motion, say aye.
I
Aye. So passed.
apologize, it wasn't my motion, I was just trying to let you know that I
Yep.
felt that
Yep.
was reasonable.
The child
Accept
advocacy
amendment to your
50,
motion.
Okay.
child advocacy 50,
267?
no.
No. What do you got?
He's just trying to verify that we're good on all the
Yeah,
others.
you want
We're
50
fine on,
and,
yeah,
you
we're,
fine on the other ones?
Yeah,
yeah, they didn't change.
yeah, they haven't changed, it's good. They're all worthy causes that help the people, taxpayers out. What's the bottom line you got?
Hold on, 79, 292.
Everybody agree with that?
Well, you're going so fast here,
You wanna make some increases?
well, I'd like to talk about, the RSVP program.
Yeah?
They do a lot of good, and they do it all from volunteer time and money. And if I were gonna increase one, I think that's the way I'd go. If you guys wanna stay at 50, that's fine.
Well, this is their request.
Right, they didn't ask for anything
Oh,
more.
yeah, exactly, all right, I'm sorry.
Jeez, but we're trying to give the place away.
They did just send out a
Wow.
letter. I just got a letter.
Holy
That's a first for Mr. Babson.
Yeah, I just got a letter from
That dollar
RSVP.
bill in your wallet just turned over.
You did.
It's been there since
You didn't get one?
1973.
What's your name on this?
I did.
Okay, we're okay at 292?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
The county convention.
What's the total?
Where'd you go to from the
Oh, there it
capital
is.
reserves?
We don't do capital reserves.
County.
We can't, yeah, I put 25,000 in the audit, the performance audit for the nursing home. As a recommendation from Commissioner Aldrin. Let that out, that was a good recommendation.
For a performance order?
Yep. Yeah, he discussed it 2 weeks ago, or last week. You know, because of all the
It's a big operation.
operation, yeah.
And it was supposedly, when we started the performance audit, it was supposed to go on a rotation basis where we do one, we
I
do
thought it was
one.
gonna go to the jail before it went to the nursing home.
It could,
I
but-
put it in for the sheriff and, no, for the county attorney's office and for
Registry
registered
deeds.
deeds last year, and they cut it out. So I don't know if they're not interested in doing it or what, but
I mean, you know, if you wanted to discuss the jail, we could, I mean, it's a big budget, it's a $3 million budget.
Yeah, 3 million, 3.5.
I mean, the nursing home's budget is, you know, north of 12 million, but, you know, we get revenue, so our actual cost is only around, well,
Get
hopefully
revenue
this
from
year
the
it's gonna be,
jail.
you know, hopefully this year it's looking good to be really low,
I
you know,
thought-
around the $400,000 number maybe,
No, I think it'll be break even this year.
yeah.
I think I'd go with the performance audit at the nursing home before
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's a value, and we do the jail next year.
Yep.
Give them a chance to get the program started, and it might make more sense, you know?
I'd just have to sell it to delegation, that's all.
the secretary's salary you took out of someplace else and put it in theirs?
Well, yeah, it's really a secretary expense. I mean, it's from an expense to a salary. Yeah.
Do we have
Because,
a contract with the secretary, or
No, we talked to the Department of
It's
Labor.
listed the way it
they don't get
was
any
before.
benefits?
Well, we have to be able to deduct Social Security and Medicaid, and the way it was set up before, we couldn't do that. So we required a transfer, a journal entry every time we paid her.
Okay,
This way we can pay her directly without having to do the journal entry.
Why doesn't she bill us as an independent contractor?
Because she's not.
Because the Department of Labor considers her an employee,
she is a county employee,
yes.
Yeah.
that position is, I should say.
Why, come in here once a quarter and,
We specifically asked the
Yep.
Department of Labor to rule on it, and they ruled that she was an employee.
Okay,
how did they justify that?
because she looks like a county
County
employee
She comes in once a quarter?
or more.
Maybe, or less. They only have to
Or
come
less.
in twice a year. That's the requirement, according to statute.
Is she paid by contract?
No, she's paid by hours.
She gets a flat rate of $200 per meeting.
She,
So
the
she doesn't get paid
RSA
hourly.
says.
Well, she has
to
to
be-
turn in her hours to
To
us.
be an employee, she has to come in just 2 times, or are you saying they only come in 2 times?
According to RSA,
Yeah.
delegation only has to come in to review expenditures twice a year.
Okay, that's what.
At a minimum,
It's a
twice a
quarter,
year.
it's a quarter,
At a-
once a quarter,
Once a
right?
quarter, I
At a
thought.
minimum
No,
of
it's
twice a year,
Really?
or more if they choose.
Exactly.
And they choose to come in once a quarter, which is a good thing. They should come in once a quarter.
I thought that was an
I thought
RSA,
that
once
was
in a
the
quarter.
No,
No,
it's
the RSA is less.
Yeah, the RSA is less.
Are you sure, Chris?
Really?
I'm sure.
I know my RSAs, trust me. I've
You and
been looking at them the
Valley.
last year. I know.
Really?
Yes,
A lot
sir.
of RSAs, I don't know. You know,
I'm almost as good as Frank McCarthy. So that's where we are.
So they consider her an employee?
Yeah, we asked the question, we asked them to rule on it,
Wow.
and they did.
And the response was, she also has to provide the time, a documentation of the time that she spends
At home.
at home doing it so that she
Why?
can certify that she is paid above minimum wage.
Because it takes her, she gets paid $200, if it takes her, 40 hours, then she's not making a minimum wage. That's the Department of
Okay.
Labor for you. So, the number's 3802 and 26.
38026, we agreeable?
Sure. What
Okay.
are we talking about? Oh, yeah, sure.
Capital expenditures,
This is where the sheriff's recorder is.
Yeah, and there will be other items if you so choose after you've looked at the capital plan.
Okay, but this one's already included in the hard numbers that we're talking about.
Already.
okay with that?
Yep.
Annex,
Just, now, well, we're gonna, is he still asking for the HVAC for the dispatch? Or Bob?
That's in the capital plan that
Okay.
you will talk about shortly.
Okay, just making sure.
for the annex, we're at 96,415,
That's because of the boiler,
Yes.
62.3 for
and
that.
that's a hot water boiler for the laundry.
Is that included?
Otherwise, it's all the same. We agreeable, 96,415? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
Okay. So the
Uh,
grand total's gonna change a little bit.
Yep.
Not a ton though, I think we just took, wow, not 75,000, right,
Right.
so far? As far as,
Victim witness
Yes.
grant,
So now we're into the 200 fund.
Yep.
32.5, the same as last year.
Yep.
And the dispatch grant, here's the 3,000 for that little grant he got, right?
recorder,
No,
No,
that,
for
remember that,
the-
that part of granite hammer they said, but I don't know if it is.
for the opioid stops.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the training for the opioid stops.
okay.
That's our share of the
That's our share of the 26,000 or whatever it was, 28.
26.
Of the crumbs that we got.
Yeah.
So we set at 35,500 for federal grants? Yes,
Yes.
okay. Nursing home,
As you know, that's coming up.
is the pool of money, is that for everybody?
All non-union,
Everybody, not just unions,
all non-union, only non-union,
non-union.
non-union.
Is the board going to see the evaluations on department heads? Administrator?
Yeah, I thought we put something in there for your comments. You can't change it, but you can comment on it, yes.
But is that gonna have an effect on the raises?
No,
What will have an effect on the raises?
My evaluation. I'm the department head. I do the evaluation.
I know that.
You can comment on
I'm
it.
talking about, I have no problem with that. What's,
Right now, we're just on if it's positive, then they get the merit raise, right? Have we,
Up to 3%. It goes by the
oh, it is
good
graduated?
number, right? Did we get to that part?
That hasn't been
Established.
completely finalized
Okay.
yet. It could be, if you have an outstanding employee, you could go above the 3%. But the pool
The average.
as a total is estimated based on 3%. So some people are gonna get 1%, and some people might get 5%. If
Wow.
they're an outstanding employee. But
can't
it's
see
not
that.
likely they will go that high.
I don't know, that's not how I
I would think the
understand
maximum would be 3%.
Well, eventually, whatever this merit-based
I thought
system
it was
is gonna be
Yeah.
approved by the commissioners.
it. Yes,
So,
but the
I-
evaluation.
for some reason, you know what, I got confused about what we were talking about merit-based pay at the nursing home. That was either just a yes or no, and they're gonna get 50 cents. That was at the nursing home. We haven't brought the merit, that needs to be presented to the commissioners. How that's going to be, how the pay is gonna work when
Yeah.
it comes to that. The policy needs to,
We still gotta prove it.
yeah.
Where do we leave off with that? I mean, I thought,
It's just never been presented.
It hasn't completely come out of committee yet, because you have to go through the process of evaluating everybody and see what you come out with, to find out exactly where you're gonna end up. But you have to base it on the premise that your average is 3% in order to budget for it. Because you have to budget for it in advance of when you actually use it.
My
Right,
understanding, when it was just first brought up, there was gonna be between 1% and 3%.
yeah, no one's getting more than
3% is the
Yeah.
top.
No one's getting more than 3%. I
No
don't
one,
know.
no one should be getting more than 3%.
We'll talk to Lynette next week when she gets back. But that's not my understanding. I mean, we've talked about so many different variations of this thing, that maybe we're mixing up these variations.
But we put 3% in the budget,
Yes.
that's where you came up with 136.
Right, yeah.
But nothing's been presented to the commissioners what the policy is.
Right.
And that's what needs to be presented.
Right.
They've talked a lot about it, but we haven't heard
Right.
anything about it.
Right, and well, when we talked to you last year about it, because that's what we presented to the delegation to move forward, and that's why we got the dollar raise, because coming forward from there into an evaluation-based
On merit.
merit, yeah. And that's what they wanted to see, and that's what we're just about there. We have the implementation of the evaluations will be done in January, started in January to be completed before April. And that's when the raises will happen, once the budget is passed. There will be no retro raises, but Lynette and I will come to you before, probably December 7th, around there, with what we want to move forward. And then you guys can tell us if that's what you want or not.
Okay, perfect.
But we've been talking about it, and we had a committee together, and what we talked about was what I just said, that all evaluations will be done in January to be completed and presented, and so we know, and Chuck gets it, so we know what the increases will be by April 1st. I'm just not sure where we were on the scoring mechanism, if there was gonna be a scoring or if there isn't gonna be a scoring. I think some wanted scoring, some didn't want scoring. So we just have to work that piece out. But pretty much all the evaluations are done, the evaluation forms are completed, they're ready to go. We have the money proposed, 3% on an average. Everyone's gonna get 3% if they reach that positive
Threshold.
evaluation.
Okay. All right,
I would hope that the new board would see a list of all those that are getting an increase based on your,
Well, hopefully everybody's gonna get an increase.
what's that?
I said, hopefully they're gonna get an increase, if not, I don't know why,
Well,
they haven't been brought to my attention before that.
okay.
okay, so we're what, nursing home administration, right?
Yes, sir.
Chairman?
Nursing home administration.
MQuip bed tax is up, as you'll see, but so is the revenue. This is what Caller anticipates.
There,
And ProShare is where?
that's
Oh,
on
share is
revenue.
on,
It's revenue.
yeah, revenue.
But it's not in expense. Strictly revenue, okay. All right, are we all set for
Well,
3,000,000?
Was there a comment-
377?
We need to look at that new equipment.
yeah, 295,000.
Is that with the pavilion?
Has to be.
That better be.
Yeah.
Did we cut that back?
We did. Yeah. So I think we.
I wanna make sure, there's something, if that was 250, that would be 60,000.
Did we cut that back to 150? Am I wrong?
No,
No?
you
Okay, back.
you said 3,000 for some sort of study
Study,
to see if that was
Right.
even feasible.
Right.
and I have the total bills and
What?
This-
the size
Yeah.
and coming from Ossipee.
Oh,
She
okay.
was gonna send it to me yesterday, she had been checking, but she didn't. send
Can we
it.
go back to this?
So
Can we
why-
keep moving? I don't know, I'm gonna find out with Paula. So if you wanna keep moving?
Yep.
Chuck can take over. I'll be right back up. If that's the case, that's gonna drop the budget.
Moving to page 18, dietary.
Let's go back to this. Do we wanna put in, if he confirms that he's got 250,000 in here for the gazebo, do we wanna put it in our budget and hand it to the delegation? Isn't that the question? Or am I missing something?
I don't think at this point I could bring a pavilion to the delegation with a straight face.
I don't think so.
I couldn't either.
No, so I would rather leave it out until
Yeah,
we know something about what a pavilion is supposed to cost and what it's supposed to look like.
They
yeah.
can always add it in, and then there's also the discussion of, well, if we are using the doobie funds, does it need to be on the budget or not?
Yeah,
You know, there was discussion of that as well,
yeah.
that he was going to look into how it was, the proper way of the accounting of it, if it's something that's not considered a budget item because it's paid from this trust or not. Right, you're gonna look into that? But they can always, as this progresses, they can always put the money in. I think that that's,
Well, that leads to another question, Chris. As you know, I'm opposed to taking any money out of the doobie fund and using it for something like this, because once you spend it, it's gone.
that's correct.
And I would hope that this board has the authority to say at least where the money's coming from. We can't tell the delegation that they can't put 250,000 in it, but I don't believe they have the authority to tell us to take it out of the doobie fund. That's not part of their
We're
budgeting
supposed to manage the
responsibility.
funds.
Right. Yeah, well, see, that's all part of the equation though, is like, how is the distributions of this doobie fund, how is it supposed to be administered? I mean, there must be something, and
I agree, I need to see
we need
some
to,
documentation from the doobie fund to know how
Right.
it was established and
Is
how
it-
it
is
was
it-
spent.
because.
Any of the funds that we had over there, over the 18 years that I've been here, we've never gone to the delegation to take money out, whether it's for bedspreads, or whether it's for curtains.
You've always voted on it in the commissioners' meeting.
Board of Commissioners decided to take that money out of a fund that was not from taxpayers' money. Most of the funds over there were put in to benefit all the residents.
Right.
That was the bottom line, had to benefit all residents. And so that's why we went with bedspreads and we went with curtains. I remember those two things that we took out of one of the funds that was over there.
And it very well could be really administered by the commissioners, that could be the way it is. But anytime we spend more than $5,000 to build something, the delegation has to approve it. That's part of the RSA's. I know the master of the RSA's is here right now, but even I remember that one. So that's where the delegation comes in, because we can't build it unless they say okay, because it's more than $5,000.
Well, Chris, you know, maybe that's really I guess a legal question, because it's $5,000 if we're using taxpayers' money,
Yeah.
but the Doobie Fund isn't taxpayers' money.
Yeah, but we're still building it on the complex. We're building something. So I guess may have to take a closer look at the RSA's, but I think that's where the delegation becomes involved, that we're doing something that costs more than $5,000. We're approving something that costs more than $5,000 as an improvement or a build, we're
Or a
building.
renovation. or-
Yeah, and I think they get,
I think we should check with
Yeah.
a legal counsel and find out.
but it could come down to maybe whatever the price is, maybe a portion of that comes out of the Doobie Fund, and then the rest would come from general taxpayer dollars. Maybe
Yeah.
that's how it settles out. I mean, there's a lot to be, I guess, to be gone over during the course of its evolution.
Well, I think the consensus is to take the 250 out
Yep.
of our
Yeah.
budget,
Ken's gonna find out.
If it's in there.
if it's in there.
Because this one slipped by us.
Is it in there?
Yeah, so we take that out, 250 out. So that's a nice savings. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier.
I was wondering
And it
how
needs
it
to
went
be
up
taken
so
out of
much.
revenue too?
No.
No,
No.
Why would that be in revenue?
Well,
So
this is a Doobie Fund.
We don't have.
Because it wouldn't be taxable. I mean, this isn't for taxes,
minus.
It's a good question.
you know? It'd have to be in revenue.
So the bottom number is 3,087,052.
Oh, I see what you mean, okay, I'm with you.
So that end number's gonna change now.
3,087,000 what?
052.
053?
Two.
052?
222.
Hey, wait a minute, what is it? A three,
3,087,052.
052, okay.
Now remember, take it out of revenue.
Becomes $45,000 instead.
It's not in revenue.
It should have been. If we're using
They had-
250, and
they
it's
hadn't
coming out of
funded.
Doobie Trust Fund, it's not gonna be taxable, so you gotta balance it, right?
It wasn't offset anywhere yet.
No, it
That was gonna
wasn't
be
in the
grant-
budget anywhere.
It was gonna be grant revenue or something like that, at 200 type thing.
So maybe
I looked at
change.
the revenues, I don't see it.
If you put it in the budget, then that's to be raised by taxes.
Right, so that is gonna come off. But
Yeah, you've taken it out of here, but did you also have it in revenue?
No. no,
Howie had asked the question, where would it go? And that's the discussion that we need to find out the legal opinion on,
Yeah.
where the 250 out of the Doobie Fund would come from, and
250
how it would be listed, or would it be? So it was not in the revenue section.
6, 7, 8, 3, 7,
But
14,000,000.
if it's here in the expense side,
Oh,
has
it'll
to
make
be
a
raised
difference
by
on,
taxes.
it'll make a difference on that,
Yeah.
absolutely.
yeah,
Yep.
that's my point.
Oh, the amount raised by taxes, yes, we will take it off of that.
Okay, we all set for the 387.52? We agree on that?
Yes.
Yes? Commissioner Batson?
Yes,
Okay.
Where are, next is dietary. It just went up about 10,000.
And you're gonna have all of the items under new equipment?
I have it right here.
Under
if you
everybody?
want. Yep.
You got it, okay. We agreed on, 1,587,20?
Yes.
Yes? Yep. Nursing department,
Nursing is, remember, we combined the LNA and the MNA because they do the same thing, and the charge nurse and the supervisor nurse we combine those two into one.
Is
Because
there
we're
gonna-
always,
Is there gonna be a problem with the union? LNA and?
no, it has nothing to do with
M&A?
union, it's all about, you know, it's all about pay codes. And how we transfer money, we're always transferring money into those two accounts anyways.
Okay,
And they're both union jobs.
yep.
So that's $5,703,390.
Agreed?
Environmental services is the big one.
We agree on that one? 5,703,000,
Yep.
okay.
Last week, you guys got that spreadsheet that showed, and then Paula sent it to you
Yep.
again.
And,
Does it explain a lot better now? Is it easier to follow, Chris?
yeah, I'm satisfied with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to pull it up on my email, but yes, I'm satisfied with the way it looks, and there's always gonna be a question you'll have to answer, but
You're gonna have to answer a lot
I
of
think
questions.
it's, it ties out.
Well,
We agree
you can help answer.
on 1,307,000?
No, you'll be here when we present the budget
Yeah, but
in
that's
December.
for the general public, we
Right.
only ask questions. Are we agreeable?
Yeah,
1,307,000?
let's make a note on the, hold on, let me just, public presentation of budget. Go ahead, what was the question, Dave?
Are we agreeable to the 1,307,000? For environmental services?
Just checking.
It's
Well, it's all right.
It's the departments that are all combined in there. It's
Right.
difficult to agree or disagree unless you have what was in there before.
Well, and we will, we'll provide the spreadsheet with them too.
Okay. 1,307, laundry department, taken out.
Laundry out, housekeeping is out,
Physicians and pharmacy,
that hasn't changed.
hasn't changed, we agreeable with that? 100,300? Anybody?
Okay,
I guess it's okay. Physical therapy department. That's down. Wow.
60,000.
Why
Well-
is it down if we spent 145?
Well, because remember, the first 3 months out of the year, we had to pay out salaries for the,
Okay.
this is restorative aids,
Okay,
because, they ended up being eliminated,
okay.
and
We agree on the 135,751?
Yep.
Yes? Recreational therapy department? We're up about 17,000, 18,000.
18,000.
New equipment is 840.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have new equipment in there last year. They're
Retirement
looking
expense.
for 2 iPads and 2 iPad cases for the residents.
Mhm. Retirement expense is up. That
Uh.
one didn't go down.
Nope.
And salaries,
We rolled in,
329.
yeah, we rolled in the bus driver, rolled it into salaries because they're not gonna have a separate bus driver anymore. It'll be like an activity aid that they'll be driving.
Yep.
Actually, 2 of them will be.
Okay. Are we agreeable on the 401,824? Yep, okay. Social Services Department? Up a little bit.
We've had an adjustment in the retirement. But other than that, it looks good. 133,
Agree,
980.
133, 980. Special Services Department,
That looks like that went down.
That's good.
Yeah.
Moving on.
where did it go down?
Some of
Pull a
this-
Representative Chandler strategy, whenever it goes down, don't ask questions. That
Oh,
looks
really?
good, let's move on to the
Yeah.
next one. It went down, no questions.
It looks like some Part B stuff, some Part B of our expense went down,
Therapy part,
but when that goes down, you know what else goes down, there's a little bit of revenue,
274, 950.
which we'll see if we get next.
Internet expense, interest expense.
Interest, well, that's expensive internet,
Yep,
That's good, that's a number that,
624,
219, it's dropping,
119,
every year.
okay. Long-term debt,
and that's the bond, it stays the same.
175, 1,175,000. All right, the bottom line, we're gonna take out 250, was it?
Yeah, so the total,
From the nursing home only though, there's 75,000 that comes out of the general fund.
okay, so nursing home, I had Kath do it for me. It should be 14,530,489 for total MVC. Hold on.
14,530,000.
530,489. So instead of 1470, it's 14,530,489. And so instead of 31, now this is for the total, so we need to take out the 75,000 plus some of the other stuff. So with this taken out, it's 30,750,164. And then we take away the 75,000. Which is 6, 10, 16, 15, 14, 5, 10, 9, 8, 0, 0, 750. So it looks like 30,750,089, is that right? No?
It was 30,755,164.
No, 750. 30,750,164.
Then minus 75,000.
Yeah,
30,685,164.
685,164.
I get 675.
So it's 75. Jeez, and you're the finance director.
Say it again.
And I'm the only guy
30
without a
million?
calculator here.
30,675,164.
Yeah, that looks good to me, 30 million. Well, it's like a really big number, but it looks correct. I don't know if 30 million ever looks good unless it's in your bank account, right?
So it's up 600,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for expenditures,
Let's go
Right,
look
that's
at
about
revenue.
2%.
but the revenue is also
Revenue.
gonna be up.
So it looks like it's gonna be a lot better.
I just want to backtrack just a little
Yep.
bit. You lost me for just a couple minutes. I just want to point out that the spreadsheet that I got from Paula does not exactly match up with the budget worksheet in regards to the combination of those three departments. It's not a big difference, but it's different.
Is that the new one that she got you?
It's not no, I'd have to look on my phone, but the
Right.
changes that we made were just basically about presentation.
Okay.
Not about these numbers. I mean, that's all. I mean, it's not a big difference, it's less than $2,000, but,
Where is it?
No, that's not the updated one.
No, all it is just some wording changes like you guys wanted him to do, and he requested it. I'll go print it out if you guys wanna see it.
yeah.
No, we can wait.
None of the numbers changed per se, except for I added over here on this column, I added the $19,000 that came in for the propane, so that total would match this total of the 1,309,870. See, that's the total is 1,309,870 instead of the 1,307,003. And the difference is that the overtime's good, that's good. Social Security on her spreadsheet is 37,000 even, but on the budget worksheet it's 35,836. So she has 37,000 for that number on her spreadsheet. And then the retirement, she has 54,470, and the budget worksheet says 53,026. So those two numbers are just different. You've
Right.
probably modified them since, and she just doesn't know it yet. She just needs to know what those two numbers are to plug to get her spreadsheet.
Okay.
correct. That's all.
So he'll make sure the right numbers are in there, right?
Yeah,
Please?
Social Security and retirement, those two numbers need adjusted. That's all I
Okay.
noticed, but. So that's all I just wanted to bring up.
Okay.
So that's not gonna change any of our other computations. She just needs to fix her spreadsheet a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, let's look at revenue,
We've got a 5-minute recess.
water department
Um,
income.
Is there a chance we could take a
5-minute
5-minute
recess?
5-minute recess?
All right,
2-minute recess?
okay, 5-minute recess.
Minute and 45-second recess. I drink a lot of water.
Okay.
You gonna change that to?
Yes, sir, 24,000. Our income's about 6,100 a quarter.
Okay,
Where's the water department?
on the first page.
Wait,
The third column down.
Miscellaneous income,
It's about usually about 4,000. This year we had a little bit more because of the sale of the compactor and some abandoned property that we received. But normally it's about $4,000.
okay.
Why
Unincorporated,
do we get an income from abandoned property?
Chuck checked that yesterday, and he'll be glad to tell you as soon as he gets back in here. Because I asked the same question. I thought it was the sheriff who would get it, but apparently it has to do with abandoned property in the county, and it comes to us for some strange reason. No, I mean, it's not much, you know, it's like $1,000 or something, $1,500. I would think it would go to the town or something, but. And of course, you know, we have
it wasn't a drug
the
bust
timber
or
cut.
anything.
No, that would be under the sheriff's.
Okay,
So we're still unclear of what abandoned property is.
all right, we'll hold that one until he gets back. Sheriff income,
At what you see is what he and I are recommending.
is he gonna make the income?
He says he's going to.
Anybody disagree with the 238, 329? Okay. Seems, other income, we reduced that down to 5,000. Bailiffs was down 9,000,
Yeah. I reduced that because we're gonna get.
registry of deeds income? We're at 258 in September.
She's gonna be over in that, she's gonna be over in her transfer tax commission, I'm sure. The fax, because we went online, our fax is gonna drop considerably. So she feels $600 is, like she said last week, is about what she feels she will get. So I don't know if I'd mess with those numbers too much.
We agreeable with the 820, 926?
Yep.
Okay. Jail and HOC income,
Now,
change
Jen,
that figure.
yep, the borders is 86.5.
So what's that coming out to? It's down 16,
It's up.
yeah, down 16,500?
Well,
Well, it's gonna be an increase, but yeah.
up it, yeah. So it's up 16,500.
Yeah, 56,500, David, not decreasing it.
Oh, wait a minute.
We're upping it from 70 to 86.5.
Ah, I see, yeah, gotcha, yep, yep. Wow,
So it's gonna be a 105, 300, right?
Yes.
everybody agree with that? Farm income? Oh, well, we sure didn't hit the mark on sale of produce.
No.
Well, we knew that.
Remember, we did this before they even cut the budget in the farm, so.
Yeah.
And our sale of hay, according to Will, we're already over, so.
So you're gonna change that figure?
I changed it to 32,000.
Okay. Sale of wood remains the same?
Yeah, because I'm afraid, we're not gonna be able to do as much wood next year as what we have done. So, if we were gonna continue to go on where we're going, I would go up to 39, but I am not
It
confident.
depends a lot on whether they are going to approve the purchase of wood.
And
If they don't approve the purchase of wood, then this figure's gonna
and
drop.
the inmate labor. No, we're all set for next year, I think, as far as wood. We have about 100 cords. But we need to buy it next year for the following year. We have to buy it a year ahead.
I've asked this question 1,000 times.
Yep.
Why can't we set up a revolving account? And you said it's a very easy thing to do, and nobody's done it.
Yeah, but Chuck said it can't be
Chuck
done.
says he won't do it. I
Can't be
mean,
done.
we did in Stratford, I don't know why he's not here to like defend himself, so.
And the other thing is, the wood, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we did $62,000 in campfire wood. Well, there were a few
And that,
cords up.
I tend to disagree, that was all campfire wood.
I was gonna say, we
There
had
was
a few
some-
cords of firewood that went to cap, but
Mhm.
not very many.
Yeah.
Well, and there was some that we sold from a cut. That goes in there too, right?
No, that goes into county revenue.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Will doesn't have anything to do with that, really.
With a cut? Why not?
I tend to agree with Chris.
What?
He didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I thought,
That's why he's agreeing.
no, I had
No,
some
I-
recollection that the cut firewood, the sales went into the sale of wood, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, but what does Will do with that? He doesn't cut the wood. He doesn't, yeah,
But he does benefit from a cut, because he does get hardwood from the cut.
yeah, but that's
It may not be all he wants,
But that's at a cost too, we take that wood
Yep,
and we use it, but
We keep
the
it.
revenue
That's-
generated goes in the county general fund. Because it's really the cooperative extension that does the whole thing, You know, Wendy
Right.
puts it up to bid, she
Yeah.
writes the specs, she does everything.
Yeah, you're right.
What happens if the farm crew harvests the wood?
Then that would go under the farm revenue, under the farm
Lot of
revenue.
increased hospital bills.
Yeah, we don't have the equipment to haul it out of the woods, we don't have,
Yeah, we do. It's been done before.
yeah, but that's with the bulldozer and that thing isn't working, so,
You sure?
yeah. When Will took me out, we stopped and looked at it and he told me about it and he said, we can't haul anything out of it. We have to invest probably, 10, 12,000 into it just to get it,
Really?
you know.
I
Some
mean,
of
the engine was all done over.
Yep, but some of the gear shift, some of the
Oh,
things
the
that make it
frozen?
turn, and he said, he wouldn't invest any money into it. Now, if we had a skidder and a log truck, yeah.
Well, then the next question is, should we look at retiring that, retiring the bulldozer and sell it? We're not gonna,
Scrap it.
Out in the woods, isn't it?
No, it's up
No,
by the
it's
log
out in the
pile.
field.
Oh,
if
it
it's
is.
not, if it's not worth, if it's
We
not
gotta
worth putting the
sell it.
money into and it's just
Well,
getting
let's
rusty.
talk to Will.
you know,
Yeah,
we'll
they're
have to-
just sitting there.
it's
I mean,
I thought it was
Mark
running,
did
the
move
last
it.
I knew.
No, he can move it, but he can't turn it, so it only goes
Oh, I see.
straight.
Yeah. I got one
Somebody
of,
might
I've got one
pay
of
some money
those.
for it. I
It's
mean,
where
that's
the
all.
disc freeze, they rust together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Anyway, what do I know?
But it has value.
Hmm?
It does have value, because people will fix it.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, mine's been fixed. It's probably all rusted together again.
So where are we?
We're on farm income.
62,750.
Looks good to me.
That's down from last year. Okay.
Yeah, but not a whole heck of a lot.
I just read, talking about the farm income, I just read in a cooperative extension flyer that they put on programs for high tunnel, raising vegetables in high tunnels.
Yeah, we gotta send Willie to that. It's,
I mean, it's there, we gotta use it. A lot of benefit.
it just hasn't produced anywhere near its potential.
Well, he doesn't
We haven't got anything.
He doesn't have the time, really, is what he'll tell you.
What?
He doesn't have the time. And he probably doesn't, I don't know. If he gets his third person though,
He
Yeah,
should have
it's
time
in
as
the
third
story.
person.
yep, he'll definitely have time then.
That would be a good, try to find somebody that has that interest, a horticulturist. Grow a lot of vegetables in that.
Why can't we hire or contract with somebody that wants to use it, a single individual that wants to keep it up and take 10% of what they get for their sales of produce? I mean, the thing's there and
I
it's
bet you
just-
could grow a bunch of blueberries in there, couldn't you?
No, raspberries. Raspberries are a lot higher
You wanna
income crop.
grow some raspberries, is that what you're telling us? That might be you have nothing to do all year.
Somebody's gotta be here to lift the plastic up for ventilation.
every day,
Every
let it
day.
down at night.
Yep. Now,
I can tell you that's
You
not
know-
happening.
that's not gonna happen.
Well, it's not happening now, I can
No,
tell
it's
you
not
that.
happening.
That's why we should just,
The expense is getting the thing set up. Once the thing is set up, with the exception of rolling up the sides, everything else should be automatic. Fan should go on when it gets too hot.
That does,
We got electricity in there.
yes,
We don't have heat.
no.
All right, a lot of people don't have
But
heat.
there's a fan in between the two pieces of plastic that creates that air barrier.
Oh, okay, so that's the insulation
Right, it has that, and it has two fans, one on either end.
for inside.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Anyway, I think that should be under consideration when you're hiring another person. I mean, there's an income to offset the $30,000.
you read about people with 1 or 2 acres vegetable gardens and they're making all kinds of revenue on the thing. And,
1 or 2 acres, that becomes a different deal when you gotta pull weeds and maintain. Where you're inside an environment that is controlled, it's a little bit different.
I didn't see any weeds in there because they got black plastic down,
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
so there's not much weeding.
It's just,
Does that have drip irrigation?
Yes,
all right, where are we?
other revenue.
Other revenues, none.
Yeah,
Well,
it's just
Well,
the surplus.
reduced taxes.
What are we gonna put in for surplus?
Well, that, we need to talk about this, the CIP stuff.
Right.
That's not included so far.
So if you want to come back to that, because we still got the nursing home to do, and then we'll finalize the nursing home revenue, and we'll go back to the CIP, and we'll work the CIP in conjunction with this.
Okay,
Does that sound good?
yeah.
Next is the victim witness, the 4,000 fund. That's just a 32.5, and nothing from the sheriff's yet, guaranteed. So we've had phase 1 and 2 done.
So it's increased from 25 to 32,
Yes.
right? Okay, no problem with that then, I guess.
Nursing home. The only thing I'd like to change is the pro share,
Pro share, yep,
044.
yep.
Change it to $1,050,000.
Yeah.
A million what?
$1,050,000, I think, you know, above 100,000 is, I think it's conservative, and I think it's a safe bet we're gonna get the same as we have been getting.
I know I've said this before, but we never put pro share money in the budget until Howie arrived.
Well, you got it under the Medicaid room rate. So, I mean, you were accounting for it, just
Well, not, yeah,
not on its own, not on its own face.
yeah. Okay, anybody have a problem with the,
I'm hesitant just because that'll put the total at 11,600,000, 618,000 for the nursing home. And it's just a strong number.
you don't trust that number?
That's the only one I'm doing because we get always 1.2 million or more.
Right, but that number we reduced last year, so we would have that amount to play with as far as the revenue is concerned. I mean, we did 11,000,001 last year, and I'm just skeptical that, I was skeptical with the 11.5 as being a prudent number. It might be a
What'd you get?
valid number, but
Where'd you get 11 million?
for the total.
The pro
Yeah,
share?
he's talking about the total.
Oh,
I'm
total.
talking about when I look at the total amount of 11,500,000, or 518, whatever. We did 11.1 actual last year. I mean, that progression is strong. I don't discount for a minute that we won't get that amount in the pro share money,
Mhm.
but we might not get that amount of money from the skilled that's in there. So that's where I'm a little frightened, and it's always better to be a little under on the revenues. You get too
Yeah.
aggressive on the revenues, and that's
Well,
where you get into trouble.
I agree, if we're talking about, skilled, or if we're talking about, the Medicaid room rate, I have no problems with that, but this is something that we know it's a known factor. And it will be next year for a known factor. After that, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, it's iffy on income from meals too. if we have less inmate.
Right, but as we're, you know, we're going for that, I mean, I don't, well, like Jason, I don't think it's gonna change. And this is what we spent this year,
Mhm.
you know, because we had to transfer some money into that account.
That we're predicting 225.
Then how about $1 million? And that gives you 250 to, I mean, it gives you $250,000 to play with.
Where are you talking about adding and subtracting?
Pro share?
On the pro share.
What's that got to do with prisoners' meals?
No,
Doesn't.
doesn't.
It was just an off-comment conversation. You know, it's not like I'm arbitrarily, you know, throwing numbers out there. This is something that we're gonna get.
Right.
Yeah, and I know it makes up for other things that we don't get, but
See,
What are you proposing, Chris, just $1 million?
well, I was just trying to make sure that when I come in,
those numbers guys always get nervous. Chuck's the same way, he's like, no, don't touch it.
well, you know, if we underestimate the revenue, I mean, it'll just go into the surplus and we'll have that surplus. I mean, if we don't hit the revenue, and then we're gonna have a deficit. You know, that's, we've never, in the history of this county, we've only had one year in the last at least 10 where we actually spent more than we were budgeted, and it was a very small amount. It was like less than $50,000.
That was in
So-
2012.
So, where we had the big problem was when we undershot our revenue
When the
estimates.
old college try didn't work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we undershot the revenues
Yeah, but that was different. I mean, you're looking at, at,
by 600,000.
yeah. I mean, I'm talking, $100,000.
So these numbers, why am I having a hard time finding my?
But you're looking at occupational therapy skill, we're up $40,000. $40,346.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, all right, so I just want to do some quick calculations.
But we're down on physical therapy.
Remember, we got them in late. We didn't get them until July.
And physical therapy, skilled, we're up 64,000.
Just trying to get a better idea of our projection, how the revenues are gonna come in this year at the nursing home. And it's kinda hoping to have, that number looks good.
Cafe meals, we're gonna make that 70,000.
I think that's where we are this year. Yeah, I think we will. Now, remember in years past that the nursing home they never took out the taxes or the room and meals tax. So that was always a skewed number, so when you see 90,000, it's not really 90.
Oh, okay, so it's really 81. Okay, I was hoping to get better projection stuff, when, you know, when Howie came, I was really hoping to see a better projection. But if I look at these projections based on the 3/4 of a year, then these numbers, as I figured out, are gonna come out to be about 500,000 less. Of course, it's gonna get,
And again, I'm just offering it as a suggestion, you don't have to do it. It's entirely up to you. Leave it alone,
well, you know, we
rate
had
it
that.
20,000?
Well, we found $250,000 on the expense side, so we're still gonna hit that number that you were hoping to get at, which was be under 3. When we get done with this exercise, I think still gonna hit that number that's under 3. And
Well, we haven't
And we're
talked
gonna have
about-
more information once those revenue numbers come in to be, and, you know, and those can get bumped up by the delegation when we have a little better idea. I'm just hesitant to keep bumping it yet. I'd like to wait, personally. I'll let them bump it, they like to do that, you know, throw them a bone.
Okay,
Is the capital improvement in the budget?
it is not, yeah, that's up to you guys
So
to
that's-
decide what you want in there and what you don't want in there.
Well, but we were gonna use that surplus, we were gonna inject surplus to reduce taxes for that
Right.
175,000.
To back up what he was saying, the skilled, it begins as for the skilled, is about 250,000 that they're expecting. And I'm not sure that the skilled is going to increase that much. As a matter of fact, I'm a little hesitant. I thought last year you budgeted for 6 skilled people per day,
Yep.
and he showed today on that it was up to 10. And is that at the expense of people waiting on the waiting list to get in?
No.
No.
No, what he was saying is that the ultimate goal is 10. The ultimate goal in the census is to have 10 skilled, 25 private, and 65 Medicaid of the 100 beds. That's how the separation,
Okay, I
that's the
misunderstood. I thought he said 6 skilled last year.
Six is the actual, that's what we're actually getting, average per day is, average of 6 beds a day are skilled.
So this 250,000 that he expects an increase in the income from skilled next year is based on 10 skilled?
No, I don't think they changed those numbers. I think they kept the numbers the same, they did not change those. Which is something that could be discussed, but it should have been discussed a while ago.
And, well, and we have a new provider that's been here for 4 months now. And the problem was, we weren't getting any skilled care. We weren't getting any, the reimbursement that we should have gotten.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why we changed our,
Vendor.
our vendor. I mean, you have to get the expense in order to get the revenue. And they just weren't really doing a lot of skilled. And that's not our main focus, is skilled. That's in between the long-term care beds. Because a lot of times, people aren't ready to come in. If we have a room available, mom and dad may not be ready, to come into the nursing home at that moment. So they'll pass and wait till the next one. And instead of waiting around and not filling the bed,
I understand that, it's just on the projections. Because again, this is the budget that I'm going to be asked to help to defend. And the increase in the skilled being 250,000. And I'm like Chris, I'd rather see the expected revenue a little bit low than high.
I think we ought to leave the pro share at $950.
okay.
The delegation wants to raise it, they can raise it.
They will,
Yeah.
along with many other things.
Okay, so we're at 11,518,505 for the nursing home. We gotta go back and look at something, right?
Yep.
Right, now we have to look at capital, because we have to decide what do we want to put in for the amount to. And so we're looking at 176,000
And what page are we on?
for our capital.
Capital, this one here.
No, he's
No.
got a different.
Oh, you got a different one?
It needs to go in, yeah,
What
page
is
three,
it?
surplus to reduce taxes. And then we need to put in
12,000 for the AC.
Page
What is
3
it?
of what?
Hold on, David. And where we put the capital project in the expense
Page 15
of the expense sheet
of the expense,
Okay.
page 3
of the revenue sheet.
And then look at capital plan.
Okay.
If you look at the capital plan on page 1, the first green item is $20,000 for digital recorder under the sheriff's office. That's already in the budget on the expense sheet.
That's the one here we got on page 15.
Right. In the capital plan, if you go down to the jail, the next item in green is $12,000 for the AC replacement for the control room. And at the bottom of the page, $10,000 for the key box control.
Gotcha.
Flip the page, to the last page, under maintenance, got $30,000, the HVAC in the dispatch office, $40,000 for the phone system replacement, and $64,000 for the annex boiler replacement. Total of all of those is $167,000.
Excuse me, Chuck, you're just going too fast, I can't. Okay, over
Just the
here.
green ones.
Okay,
Just the green.
down to me, okay.
Is this in our packet today? Because I'm looking at my last.
You got it right there.
I looked at it last week. Did we have it? Do we have it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in the
Okay.
packet.
I'm trying to catch up to it, Chuck,
There you
because I'm
go,
looking
right
at my
there.
last one. I pulled out of my last week's stuff. Okay. All right, so now the
So-
$64,000, you have green as the boiler replacement, but that got put into the annex budget. That shouldn't be green, it should be orange.
Yes. But what will happen if you approve this, the way we're proposing right now, is the $64,000 will come out of the annex budget and go into the capital budget. So it's a net no change
Right.
for the capital, for the expense side.
Okay, all right,
Just how you fund it will change.
okay. So on the orange ones, are those still going to be still embedded into the regular
Those are
budget?
already embedded in the budget.
So those will remain embedded, and the green ones you want to
Move out.
pull out under the capital. Okay.
So if you accept all of this, then I will adjust the capital expenditures on the expense budget on page 15 to include the total of $176,000. And on the revenue budget on page 3, we will plug in $176,000 to be taken from surplus to fund those capital items.
Just do some quick math, Chuck.
All right, what, if we approve of it, what's the surplus gonna be used to reduce taxes?
176.
176?
But see, $64,000 is already there. You don't need to pull it out of surplus.
What are you talking about?
Pull it out of the expense side of the
I
budget.
think we leave it where it is and just reduce this 64,000. Because it's already in the budget.
That 64,000 is
Move it into the
embedded.
Capital budget.
Is that what you wanna do? So now we gotta reduce the expense line in the budget.
You reduce that, what, 160, what?
The expense line in the annex by 64,
Yeah.
move it over capital, so that everything being funded
I
out
got
of
it.
surplus is in the capital budget.
Okay.
Right, but I'm stating that the amount to be taken from surplus doesn't need to be 176. It needs to be 176 less 64 and still have the same net effect on the tax rate. Because it was already embedded.
No,
In the
If
annex.
you take it out of surplus, you reduce it from what you've got to raise and appropriate.
You will reduce it another 62,000 in the expenses.
But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at the current
Current,
tax
yeah.
rate, we've already have the $64,000 embedded
Mm-hmm.
into the current budget. So all we're doing is moving it from this expense to another expense. So nothing's changed there, but you're including that 64,000 as part of the $176,000 figure.
Correct.
But you don't need to, because,
By doing that, you reduce the amount you need to raise by taxation, because it's already been raised.
I understand that, but it's, I mean, why not just leave it? I guess it doesn't matter, but it wasn't what we had, really talked about, but.
Because it reduces what you have to raise by taxation by an additional 64,000.
I understand that. It just wasn't the concept that I had envisioned last week about, using that money, but it's still about the right number, so I guess
So,
I'll live through it.
how do we wanna do it? I mean, it doesn't matter how we wanna do it.
I guess I'm a
how you
little
wanna do it.
lost.
Okay.
Are
Can
we
I interrupt
agreeing?
you, Dave, before?
What?
Chris kept saying it's embedded in the budget, if I'm reading this properly.
No, not this one, okay? Go back to this, to the expenditure budget in the annex. In his new equipment, he's got that $64,000 embedded in there,
So you need to
In
take it
in
out.
what, in the,
in the budget.
okay, here's the annex, I don't see 64,000.
Well,
I
it's,
see-
it's 96.
It's 96.
Right, so take 64,000
Out of that, okay.
Right,
And then it goes into the capital.
right, right.
Moves up the page.
It just goes up a little higher on the page under
Page
capital
into-
expenditures.
Right.
So he wants to move it there, but we're still using
Oh.
that $64,000. We're still adding that to the surplus to reduce taxes number, which
That we
was-
are, yes. And you just wanna leave it here and take the 64,000 out of the 176.
Right.
So you're going to raise.
So you're gonna raise taxes for the 64,000.
Well, not any more than we'd already talked about because
Right.
it's already there.
Right, yeah, you're right,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. We've already said it was only this amount of money, 623,000. But
But however you guys wanna do it, you guys. it's your
I can
budget.
live through it. It just, we can. It's not a bad way to present it. I can live through it.
You can live through what?
Just doing the 176 for the surplus. That's fine.
Okay. Is that how you guys wanna do it?
Yes.
Okay.
But that said, 176 to reduce taxes. Where is the green 176
You add up
in
all,
your capital?
you add up all these.
You're gonna add that up here.
He's gonna put in lines right there.
That 176 gonna be put in here?
Yes.
Okay.
And the $20,000 that's already there, is that green as well?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So we're liking the fact that you want the 176 to match the 176. You like the numbers to tie up. Fine.
Us finance guys. all-
Yeah, I understand that. I've been there. Got those little things. Okay, I can, it sounds fine. The presentation of it's nicer. Easier to conceptualize by those that need to be critical of it.
So we're taking it out of here. We're taking it out of the expense.
Move into capital.
So the 96,415 is going to be reduced by 64,000, which we're putting up under administration under capital expenditure.
Well, we'll put another line that says annex or whatever, so they know where it goes and not just admin, you know?
So it's 176 minus the 64 gives us the 112. So 112,000 is the net effect of the approved expenditures. So then we end up with 30,787,164 for total.
I agree with
It's not that much of a numbers guy.
We started out with the 30,164. We subtracted the 250 because of we subtracted the 75,000 because we
Yeah.
lowered.
White Horse.
White Horse by 7. And that gave us 30,675,164. Then we're adding in to the expenditures another $112,000. No. Nope. It's less than that. Because you gotta subtract from the 176. We're subtracting.
Yes, you're adding in another $112,000 to the expenditure side, but you're subtracting
176.
from the revenue side.
Right, but, well, 176 was that original total, but you subtracted $64,000 for the boiler and then $20,000 for the digital recorder, because those are already in there, they're already embedded. So that's a net effect of an additional $112,000 that you're putting into capital expenditures. That's what's getting moved into there.
Total for the capital expenditure line would be $176,000. The annex will drop by $64,000. The revenue side will have an additional listing of $176,000 from surplus.
Okay, so the differential is $112,000. Right. So that gives, if you take the 30,675,164, subtract the 112, you get 30,787,164 for the grand total of the, okay. All right.
And so that's an increase of,
That's an increase of $717,000 of expenditures. But we're also increasing the revenue, so that's not the amount that
right,
we're changing the taxes.
yeah, and so, but 325,000, 28% of that is the BEAS.
Mhm.
5 million, yeah.
28%, yeah.
Of the total.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the increase was $325,000 for BEAS.
Right. So that's a
So of
little,
the 787, 462, I mean, I don't get out my calculator, but it is more like 43% of the increase is attributed to the BEAS increase.
wow.
Because the total went up 787.
Right.
And
it's just-
of that, 325,000 is
Yeah.
BEAS.
So,
Yep.
6, so
43%.
really 467,000 or so is the increase of this year's,
462 is what I got
yeah, 462.
for the general fund expenditures.
And of that, 42%
I was,
is the
139 was,
Seven.
100 was contingency.
I said like 43, I was,
That's actually not bad.
And on December 9th, we'll probably get an additional reduction when I find out what the actual medical
Yeah.
dental rates are.
yeah.
You think it's gonna be down?
Down from the
So, yeah.
15.6
I was
that I
so-
predicted,
Okay.
it'll be down something.
I hope so.
God, yes.
41.29%.
Wow.
good guess. All right, so, now, can we just review the revenue?
Yep.
While we're sitting here, just so we kind of have a target of what we're looking at. All right, so we lowered the water department income by 4,000.
Yep.
And we, from the hard numbers, and then we added
16.5.
We added 16.5.
Yep.
And then we added 170.
To the jail. Jail board is at 86.5.
So we added 16.5 to the jail borders to make that 86.5.
Yep.
And then we added 176 to the surplus to reduce taxes.
Yep. That should be it.
And we didn't touch the pro share.
I just made. Maybe next year.
I don't think you're gonna have to wait a whole year, Administrator
So
Robichaud.
you're gonna
I
raise
think
it
you
about
only have to wait
400,000?
4.5 months for that number to get changed.
No, 400,000.
So
We gotta raise 400,000? Is that what you're saying?
What the?
The income from taxes is up 400,000?
No, we haven't got that far yet.
No,
All right,
we're not there yet.
so the number you had was 12,812,810.
Yep.
So we're gonna add to that 16.5 for the increased revenue in the jail, and 176,000 for the increase in the surplus to reduce taxes. And then we're gonna subtract $4,000 out of,
From that.
from the, what was it,
Water.
water
Water.
department.
Yep.
So that makes that number now 13,001,310.
13,001,310.
310. So that's our revenue before tax rate. And then we subtract from that number, or take the differential,
575.
30,787,164 equals 17,785,854.
785, 8 what?
854, 17,785,854.
Wow. You serious? That's not bad.
That's, I mean,
100.
I'm using my I'm using my iPhone here, so,
Yep.
but it's, that seemed to come out okay. I mean, the hard numbers were good.
So what are you saying we gotta raise from taxes?
$17,785,854.
17 million, yes. How much?
785, 584.
Which is $162,260 increase.
Figure that you put in that in. I can't. 795, okay.
Yeah.
No, 785.
85?
Yeah.
Yes.
a tax increase of less than 1%,
Nice.
based on those numbers. If, now, I might be wrong, because we were doing this on the fly, but
We'll check it.
we'll double check those numbers.
I was looking
Fair
for 1.5, so I guess we did pretty well.
And with medical.
So we're gonna raise-
We'll be able to get it down
yeah.
flat.
You got to raise 61,000 more than last year?
162.
162, more than last year.
Oh, okay, all right.
But, you know, all this will change. I mean, I'm sure the revenues will go up, expenses will go down. Hey, if we're flat from last year, there's nothing that they can say. I mean, we're doing our due diligence.
Oh, there's always something they can't say. It just won't be as bad. No, that looks great. That's fantastic. Let's just hope that those nursing home revenue figures are coming in like that, so we can.
They will.
That's not too bad. 11.1. So if we do 11.3, 11.5.
We got a little leeway with that pro share.
Right. There's still a little leeway.
Yeah.
About
And
200,000.
I expect our insurance rates to come down at least 2% or more. I can't expect 13, but who knows?
All right.
That's done. We had a transfer committee yesterday meeting, went very well. They approved all transfers. There were 5 of them, yep.
So when do we start
The
looking at the 12
procedures.
questions?
I notified her yesterday that the transfer had been made and she's gonna get back to me
Okay,
with a list of things, updated list of things that she wants to see, and make sure that we've got everything ready for her, and then she'll set a date to come back. But I expect it will be within 30 days.
30 days, we'll have a final?
No, she'll be here in 30
She'll be here. They're very busy, so she's gonna have to find a slot to plug us in. But
I mean, remember, we had her scheduled to come,
Yeah,
but
I know.
then Dan pulled the plug, so
Yeah.
we really couldn't move any further. Or else, you know, we'd have jeopardized breaking the law, so I told her no.
Okay,
And Chairwoman Umberger gave us a compliment yesterday.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yes, I was very appreciative. She said that we've done a great job, and the commissioners as well. On our transfers, we're way under where we were yesterday, last year at this time, which we had 65 transfers at this time last year. We had 25 now. And she said that we had a better handle on the budget, and she was grateful for that, and that we were doing a decent job, so. I said thank you very much.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the people that are here doing it day to day.
Well, Commissioner Babson has a lot to
You can
do
take
with
that as a compliment.
Yes, thank you, sir.
you gonna take that?
I don't want to gloat, but
All right, yellow folder? Are
we all
ready
do a
to
good job.
Go further with the agenda now?
Yes. We have a solar site review too today, by the way.
All right, what?
Solar site review. We gotta get these
Okay.
things nailed down. We gotta do it. Looks like non-public.
You got non-public?
Yep.
You think there's any changes to be made in the non-public? Can we vote on those?
Yes, I have one. And another one came up in session 2, came up this morning at the last minute, which will be, let's see, 91A, 3, 2C. Matters which you discussed. I do want to update you on upcoming events real quick. The delegation is meeting December
12?
December 15th at 9 a.m. here.
Is that a Monday?
It's a
No, it's a Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, she emailed me last night. Representative Avellini will be meeting via phone conference, so we'll have to bring the phone over here. He will be out in the area, so she's made accommodations for that. And I said we could definitely make accommodations, we do it all the time.
What happened to Monday? You don't know?
It's probably just more convenient. I mean, they're not in session yet, so it doesn't
Right. And
matter.
December 12th is the next resident breakfast.
Well, that works out good, the 15th, because I thought it was gonna be the 12th, and I was gonna have a little trouble myself.
Everything works out?
And the 12th's a Monday, right?
The 12th, no.
Of December?
December 12th is Monday, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Why do they have it?
Residents' breakfast is on Monday?
That's what he told me, that's kind of weird.
Kenny, you should have like 2012's calendar on your phone going on right now.
No, I got an email from Chris this morning saying,
The 12th?
yeah. But maybe I read it wrong, hold on.
I'll change it to the 13th. The 13th.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe I can
that's
change it.
Tuesday. The 14th is a Wednesday.
Sorry, it's the 7th.
What is?
The resident breakfast is the 7th.
Okay.
That works.
I'm sorry.
And the delegation's the 15th.
Yes, on a Thursday. A lot of the members working me around, I guess, or that was the best day for them to meet. Which is okay, I mean, I don't care.
Perfect for me, because
I mean, by statute, it has to be that week, so.
that's good.
Excellent.
All right, so we going into non-public now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we go into non-public session. Session 1 is 91A3, paragraph 2A, the dismissal, promotion, or compensation of any public employee. And session 2, RSA 91A3, 2C, matters which, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person other than a member of the public board, unless such person requests an open meeting. This exemption shall extend to include any application for assistance or tax abatement or waiver of a fee, fine, or other levy if based on the inability to pay or poverty of the applicant.
I'll second it, but I'd like to hold it for commissioner updates so that we don't have to come back.
Okay?
So I'll second it, we'll have a roll call when we get through with it. You got a commissioner update?
Only the-
Extension?
Only with the extension met, and Ken LaValle, the dean of Cooperative Extension, came and spoke to us. It was an interesting meeting. We also had the young man, professor that's in charge of the mapping division, and that was fascinating. It was a good meeting.
One other thing that I want to bring up under commissioner updates, I think we ought to have money in there, if we don't already, to do some of the boundary lines on our property. Do you know if that's in the budget?
I don't know. I don't think it is. I've haven't heard any discussion about it.
We discussed it last meeting, was it?
Yeah, we did, but I haven't
We
heard
didn't put any money
anybody,
in.
I haven't heard anybody talk about it downstairs.
Do you think we should have money in there for preambulation?
At some point, I don't know whether it's too late to put it in this budget or not.
Well, we haven't really voted on the bottom line of the budget.
Yeah, I mean, technically, that's not gonna happen until next week. I think they're gonna put it all finalized. That's why I was getting all these numbers written down, just to make it a little easier. We'll find out more about that. But, Ken, right,
Ken,
Under
did
the
you put any
commissioner's
money in
budget-
there for the preambulation of our boundary lines?
What?
That's what I thought.
resurvey the boundary lines.
Resurvey some of the boundary lines?
Oh, the $3,000, the
It's $3,000. What?
Did we put that in there?
3,000 for something, no, that was the, you wanted 5,000.
No, I'd like to have 4,000, keep it under 5,000.
You talked about it, but you wanted me to do it, yeah. But I don't, I doubt I did. I doubt I
Is
did.
it something that we should do?
Yeah, I think, I think all of you thought so.
Amanda, we're talking about putting some money in the budget for boundary line adjustments or whatever.
I thought you were non-public, I'm sorry.
Well, we haven't
Well, we
got
did,
that
We
yeah.
yet.
almost did.
I did not.
So you didn't put any in.
Nope.
Board of Commissioners feel we should put some money in or not?
Not at this point.
Not at this point. So you're not gonna do it for next year?
Well, where would we put it? Under,
Unless we have some leftover money next year, maybe we could, but
I don't,
What's it entail? Just us walking the boundaries?
no,
maybe
Survey.
somebody could do
The
it.
survey team comes in and does one section of our property for whatever money we put in. Can't do it all this year or next year.
How much do you think
But
some
you
of
ought to get
that
started with it.
would
It hasn't
cost?
been done for over 18 years anyway.
I don't understand what the difference is between that and preambling the town boundaries where the selectmen do it.
That's what we're talking about.
They
Well,
just
you
walk
just
them.
said, yeah, that's
What?
what I thought.
What?
You said you had to get a survey. I'm saying, well, why does the selectmen just go out and walk them and theirs is okay? Now if we need a surveyor.
That's interesting, I don't know.
Is there a controversy over a line?
No.
no. I don't believe so.
We just
but
don't
the
know if
idea is
anybody
we-
has overstepped the boundary line or not. Whether it be a logging operation that was done up on a piece of property that we had a problem with erosion and stuff.
Is there a
Well-
particular, is there a particular boundary that you think is of question that needs special attention?
No,
No, just in general?
yes. Changes that have happened is with the community school down here, we switched 1 acre for 10 acres. I don't know if that
Should
that
be
was,
surveyed.
all the costs are supposed to be picked up by the school. Don't know if it's been done or not. I don't know about the property over here that was logged, that Bob
Smith?
Smith's property was done, whether that came over onto our property or not, whether that's been straightened out. Those are the two that I can think of. The courthouse, I don't think there's a problem there.
Well, if no one's arguing about it, why are we spending the money? As if someone was saying that they feel,
They were cheated.
yeah.
I just
then
looking
maybe
out
we
after
do
the
it.
taxpayers' interest on our own property.
I-
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
On my property, I walk the boundaries every year, and then if there's problems that I see, then I address it if I have to with a official survey.
We got over
But these
700
lines should
acres.
all be surveyed.
We got over 700 acres on 3 different parcels.
I have 600.
One on that side of the road, one on Wolfboro on the other side of the road, plus this one.
Well, if you look at it, on the map I have says 705.
Well, whatever.
Some people
700
say
acres.
850, it's all over the place.
But I
Maybe
would think the commissioners would walk it. Maybe Wendy would go with you.
Okay,
Sounds like something to do in the spring.
Yeah, I don't think the commission's
I'm not
gonna
gonna
walk.
be doing it anyway, so.
Not this commissioner.
Yeah, you gotta walk the line.
He's not walking online.
Okay,
He barely walked in a nursing home.
all right, we're about to go into non-public, and we have nothing to come out, nothing on the agenda to go forward after we come out of non-public. So, John, if you wanna take down your equipment, go ahead and do so. Let's have a roll call on Commissioner Babson's motion.
Okay, Commissioner Ogren,
Yes?
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Commissioner Babson.
Yeah,
Okay, we're in non-public.
You're not gonna do the site review?
I guess not.
The site review for the solar
So,
collectors.
yeah,
Have you got something you want to discuss now, or is this outside?
you wanted to go see the site. We can do it next week, we don't have to do it this week. I can hold them off for another week, but, you know, we really gotta do it. But Howie's here, so we really gotta get non-public done.
Yeah. All right.
Let's do that.